what's up, what's up? What's up, baby? What's up? Me and Special, hood heroes, the block favorite niggas, hand in hand like rock, paper, scissors, chop a brick like they stopped making scissors, add a cut like the pot came with clippers,
Them shots rang, the cops came with pictures. They know that I drive came, my watch game ridiculous. Bricks brought back by a thought named Patricia. Lot was made between May and December.
The brick came with a blade in the center. I whipped white and the yellow looking like lemonade in a blender. I came in a renter.
I came in a sprinter with more yay than John Forte and delivered.
We the sharecroppers, we share profit. So close to the connected, if our phones connect, you can airdrop it. I don't hear gossip.
Somewhere shopping, got 50 bricks and I can ship these shits in square boxes.
I'm a real rich ass nigga. You a fake real nigga, but a real bitch ass nigga.
Don't want me to get mad. I been had hitters tell a wrong joke and end up like Sinbad, nigga.
You been mad, then I been that nigga. Gave him the energy.
Before I was 17, I was playing with felonies.
It don't matter cause we take felons and make them celebrities. The dot on his head gave him telepathy.
I'm trying to get more homes. Anytime I get one brick, I make 4 clones. One zip in the 4 zones. I stretch it. All my birds is injected with hormones.
I let the raw foam and the chloroform stop it, fam. With a pot and pan, I turn a rock to a block of sand. I make a block expand to a plot of land. But I'll abort you. I turn your sonogram to a hologram. Stop, hood heroes, the block favorite niggas. Hand in hand like rock, paper, scissors. Chop a brick like they stopped making scissors. Add a cut like the pot came with clippers.
Them shots rang, the cops came with pictures. They know that I drive came, my watch game ridiculous. Bricks brought back by a thought named Patricia. Lot was made between May and December.
Legend.
See me in the street and they call me a legend. I'm a line that
legend.
Sky that
legend.
Shit can't run out of bar stop.
Legend.
Repeat that bar, yeah, and what?
Legend.
Teenage.
Legend.
Big man.
Legend.
Killer MC, yeah, big man.
Legend.
With the back that.
Legend.
Slap that.
Legend.
And I'm still not taking no back chat.
Legend.
Step to the mic with fuck up the dance with like a man wanna spit their deep his bar to the come with the it's it's me. With a man like nah, you know what I rap with me. Like a man want try. In the end you'll see.
I come true like when I come true, I don't take check 1, 2, can I undo like what is it on, who is it up to? Capital F to R glide and cut you, come on, I glide in rude boy. Man, I send mine that go fine in rude boy. Send a big back thing to line in rude boy. My band this can't televise, tell them I'm sliding rude.
Legend.
Yeah, family. In the building. Shoes in the building. Bring you that.
See me in the street and they call me a
legend.
I'm a line that
legend.
Sky that
legend.
Shit can't run out of bar stop.
Legend.
Repeat that bar, yeah, and what?
Legend.
Teenage.
Legend.
Big man.
Legend.
Killer MC, yeah, big man.
Legend.
With the back that.
Legend.
Slap that.
Legend.
And I'm still not taking no back chat.
Legend.
Step to the mic with fuck up the dance with like a man wanna spit their deep his bar to the come with the it's me. With a man like nah, you know what I rap with me. Like a man want try. In the end you'll see.
I come true like when I come true, I don't take check 1, 2, can I undo like what is it on, who is it up to? Capital F to R glide and cut you, come on, I glide in rude boy. Man, I send mine that go fine in rude boy. Send a big back thing to line in rude boy. My man, this can't televise, tell them I'm sliding rude boy.
All legendary. Been about relationship was in secondary. Cooler. Foolish, yeah. Mom didn't raise no fool, that would be foolish. Been about relationship was in secondary. Cooler. Foolish, yeah. Mom didn't raise no fool, that would be foolish. What you mean
mean, what you mean? Green. Go on then, said you got a laser beam. You can't even afford a good pair of jeans like Creps. I got cream, what you mean? How they gonna lift my skirt when I never wear no dress? I know your girl's impressed, you can't warn me, it's too risky. I'm like whiskey, God forgive me if I burn his chest.
Here he is, there like Bruiser, where you been minding mine, been blind to the BS, not watching or hearing it. Bruiser, dominating blows to your nose. Bruiser, dominating blows to your nose. That cat mic in my hand, dominating.
I think I might want one that
You're not serious. Family thing, yeah? Fast and furious. Wanna get serious? Let's get serious. If not, I'll come to your rave. Look on my face, then spit in the rave like kicking the place. Spit in your face, I'll piss on your grave for the disrespect, cause I am serious. Boy, better know, heart your mouth.
Nice. Get down. Overproof bullets, I'm sending raw denim, raw denim. Get that black leather gloves, never go again. From far, front of the car, back of the car, under the car. 28 shots from far when I'm moving them again at night. I'm still running out.
Chatting and bragging about, yeah. Chatting and bragging about, one. Chatting and bragging about, wait. Chatting and bragging about, N-O. Chatting and bragging about, lyrically Ming. You want to clash, but you're gonna get tucked in. You don't want to war with it, N-O. You will get hit with it, yeah.
All we do, step on them in a size 10 shoe. When you see the anarchy walk through, big tune drop and boy to get slow. Begging everybody for try this my gang, begging everybody for try this my crew. Telling everybody for don't step in my quarter, telling everybody for don't step in my shoe.
Yo, Stone Cold Quinger. Bun them, we never got pepper. Beer car buying when I put bars together. Hey, yo, the Grammy dan they are. Like whenever I work, no pressure. Murder, you know, say I'm my thing, we better. Shell verse, grind thing, no acapella. Cause we cold like the UK, whether them dead.
That would be foolish, yeah. Screw that. That would be foolish, yeah.
And I'm still talking big as
Big guns,
I don't want cake off some Hagans. I don't want play geese to egg on the steak and
What you say? Trying to blend in with some seafood Ray-Bans.
And I'm still talking big as Slagan because I don't want cake. And I'm still talking big as Slagan because I don't want cake off some Hagans. And I don't want play geese to egg on the steak and then eat them when I make play guns. What the fuck did you say? Trying to blend in and some
seafood Ray-Bans.
Try stay away from drama, but there ain't no time limit on karma. Only at this car for the week, got flood on me with trying to say there's a market. Skin tone dark, I see all gotta work 10 times harder. We can drink so Wi-Fi links, that's Nokia deals and deals on Klarna. Told the gal that I'm not bilingual, but I know how to recode and Java. Just on a website and a menu for a business, now I feel like Joe Harvard. 15, I'll save on punters, dreaming of sitting with brands like Armin. Looking like Roadman Shack in the summertime, I have to do pedal bike shifts in me park. And our kid try tell me I'm backward. I'm still talking big at Slagan because I don't want
let's go, man.
I don't want play geese to egg on the steak and then eat them when I make play guns.
What did you say? It's the boy Jedi online to the man live report to the man clicks like comment share subscribe hit the notification bell so you know when we go live and please put the number for your like in the chat you know like that.
Because I don't want cake off some Hagans and I don't want play geese to egg on the steak and then eat them when I make play guns. What the fuck did you say? Trying to blend in and some try stay away from drama, but there ain't no time limit on karma. Only at this car for the week, got flood on me with trying to say there's a market. Skin tone darker, seeing all gotta work 10 times harder. Making drinks or Wi-Fi links, that's Nokia deals and deals on Klarna. Told the gal that I'm not bilingual, but I know how to recode and Java. Just on a website and a menu for a business, now I feel like Joe Harvard. 15, I'll save on punters, dreaming of sitting with brands like Armin. Looking like Roadman Shack in the summertime, I have to do pedal bike shifts in me parker. And our kid try tell me I'm backward. I'm still on a block like Tim Duncan when he first got drafted. I got stopped by Flood and adapted. I got police trying to lock man down, but the food got back, now I feel like Rashford. I was just trying to get back home, but I spanned the whip when she sent them attachments. And this rap shit gets conflicted, I don't want no one to know what I'm thinking. How many ways can I say I get paid off addiction without doing self-snitching? I got raided on 2 separate occasions. Little rash strike on me kitchen. All in a biscuit tin and a looking in cupboards with food and crisping. And he still never got a conviction. And it's free on me friends in the system. I missed them locked last time I was with them. I was sat in a can as an innocent man. When I read those depths, it's sickening. There's a one false statement, he nicked them. You can't convince me you're on job when a witness statement says you're the victim. And I still talking big as I don't want cake off some Hagans. And I don't want play geese to egg on the steak and then eat them when I make play guns. What did you say? Trying to blend in some see-through Ray-Bans, taking a plug and we usually spud, but just to be extra, I might just shake hands. Lost it on, I started again. Back in the tea right after a shutdown, Reading and Leeds with AJ and Thames. Wish I could get about where I'm valid, you know that's me when I cut through the ends. I'm just way too big, I can't blend. I'm 6'7" on a normal day, and I'm 6'9" and I weigh 110.
What the fuck did you say?
Said I'm 6 foot now and I wear 110s, so I don't need anyone for
Come
protection.
on.
Most of the time I know one need defends. Them man there can't stand and
Big
I
up
only
Pixel,
act
man.
bad when I sat with the friends. I might not react like Denny and Renz right now, but you soon get caught in the
Big
end.
up
I see
Jupiter.
everything with the clearest lens. I know me memories working fine. Do a man dirty 10 years later, like say I don't want to move with the time. I was trying to get back with the re-out when I get locked in a room full of swine. That's why I'm driving back with the work and the plugs and the whip just cruising behind. And I'm still talking big slay gun, cause I don't want K-Ghosts on me hay guns, and I don't want plague Easter egg on the stay gun, anything when I make play guns.
What did you say?
Trying to blend in some see-through Ray-Bans, linking a plug and we usually spud, but just to be extra I might just shake hands. Told the girl that I'm not bilingual, but I can talk in Bagak Slagan. Went to the Shagot, then I asked Bagos Megan, can I get elastic bagans and a smeg all over me fagin? Cause I went home and was counting grey guns.
What the fuck did you say?
I said man went home and was counting grey guns.
Alright, man. Big up. 70 people in the building, man. We're just rolling. Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah.
Alright,
Nigga,
man.
look. Yeah, what? Yeah, bitch.
We're gonna cover a couple subjects today.
Yeah, nigga, look. Yeah.
We're gonna cover a couple subjects, man. Nothing too intense, unless you don't want to get intense. I go with the flow. You get me? Big up everyone hitting the like button. I appreciate all your likes, all your support. Much love, man. We in the building. Feel free to hit the link, jump on, especially if I ain't spoke to you in a while. You know the procedure anyway. Ain't nothing going on but the rent. So we're gonna talk a little bit about the Jay-Z, Diddy, whatever. You know, I ain't really looked at it too much, but we're just gonna go over it, have a little chat about that, and then we're gonna talk about a debate that went down between a guy called Billy Carson, also known as Forbidden Knowledge. And we're gonna go over his debate with Wesley Huff, which has been a big talk in the esoteric field or whatever scene. So yeah, I know Zulu's gonna be jumping on in about 20 minutes, something like so, to come and discuss that with me. Yeah, myself, if you're about, if you could jump on, that'd be nice, man. Just a little chat. But whatever, whoever's in the building, hit the link, show some love. All right. So we're gonna get into that. So then I'll play 2 more tunes, and then we can get into the Jay-Z thing. And then once we're warmed up, we're gonna get into the Billy Carson somethings. Yeah. Hope you lot a good, happy Monday, the 9th of December.
Now I get off the gas, and yo, I'm glad I don't give a fuck. Me neither. They hear my music say this nigga need Jesus. My fiend cut is a box.
2 tunes, 2 more tunes.
Take some dog food and step on it.
All right. Say nothing.
Queen give me king treatment. I'm the dog like he feet. Big boy, somebody gotta die. Here we eat it. I shoot a quiet. He don't even speak like we beef. A coward can't face the man. Can't wait till a hater hear me. Shoot yourself, Jason lyrics. I'm doing shows, taking pictures.
Let's play my tune. Let's play my tune. You know, it's my last tune. Hey. Oh, what? We got High Priest in the building. Yeah, this is going to be good. We got High Priest. Meta Science. Hey. Hey, High Priest. I'm so glad you jumped on, bro. Yeah, man, you good?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I'm glad you jumped on, because we're going to be discussing some information, and I know that this is the type of information you like, so you jumped on the right stream, bro. Billy Carson, have you heard about his debate that he had? You know who Billy Carson is, right?
My guy sent that to me. He was talking about it yesterday, and then obviously as soon as you talk about it, the AI, it finds a way just to send you the thing.
Okay,
you get me? And then I see the white guy just shutting down, and then all of a sudden now he's doing the Drake thing. He wants to charge the guy.
He wants to sue man and that.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. So we're gonna get into that. So yeah, I'm playing 2 tunes. We're gonna talk about the whole little Jay-Z thing real quick, and then we're gonna get into that. So big up everyone in the chat. Big up man like High Priest that has jumped on. If you haven't yet, check out the episode of Speakonomics on Jedi Line, where High Priest comes down. He's there with me, Chevs, and Southside. And yeah, man, it's a good chat. We're gonna do a part 2 real soon. So yeah, and I mean in the next week or 2, we're gonna do a part 2. So check out part 1, because we're gonna go. He promises that he's gonna take us on a deeper dive into the meta science. So, get me. We didn't get a from you today, you know, Amon L. What's going on? I said we didn't get a from you today.
Yeah, no, because like the phone is moving mad. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's put it on speaker phone. I mean on the handset speaker for some reason.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me all right though? Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, but you like get me. It's just not like how it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? But I'll fix it.
Yeah, pattern up, then. Pattern up. Pattern. Do what you need to do, man. Pattern up. You get me? Big up.
Saying that.
Dukes,
Let me join in and come back. Let me try and go on the laptop with it.
All right.
Well. I'm glad you're doing this, Billy Carson, because have you seen all the stuff that's come afterwards as well? His wife making the excuse, and then
a little bit, but I'm trying to catch up all in one go, as I do.
Yeah. It's quite interesting. Yeah, it's interesting.
So, you know what? You can help me out if you've got any links of any side missions. Throw them in the private chat. Yeah.
All right, let me get them for you. Hold on.
Got any links? Yeah. Okay, yeah, man. So I know everyone's warming up. So let's just play. I'll play this last tune, and then we'll get into the Jay-Z thing. Get that out of the way, and then we'll get into the Billy Carson thing, which is my main interest. But yeah, big up everyone locked in. 27 people in the building. I know you've missed me. I don't know what's been going on YouTube. But yeah, I've said I will always try and do live streams on YouTube a couple times a week. So if I've flopped, then forgive me, but I'm gonna be on it. So Monday's definitely a day I see myself live streaming. So I think you can always look forward to a live stream on Mondays. All right, let's go anyway. You don't want to know when
it makes diamonds. When you're in the hood, you gotta stay violent. Every day, all I hear is Jake sirens.
Roll one.
Candid, you better stay silent. Mad up in the slums where they're giving us drugs and guns, but they never give us no guidance. We've been growing up in fucked up circumstances. Even though our parents tried and they worked the hardest, we still ended up with drugs and burner charges. All my friends lost friends, been broken hearted. In the ends, we're surrounded by a load of hardship. In my ends where I grew, all I know is darkness. And they wonder why my heart's so cold. I see a whole heap of pussy, pasta and carnage. I see gunman empty out the cartridge. I see people I grew up with in a casket. I see plenty of promises never lasted. I see poverty, people are still starving. Daylight robberies, niggas are still grafting. Stuck where they started. Sometimes it feels so nostalgic. Pressure burst pipe where it makes diamonds. When you're in the hood, you gotta stay violent. Every day, all I hear is Jake sirens. Talk and dead, you better stay silent. Mad up in the slums where they're giving us drugs and guns, but they never give us no guidance. All we know is bandos, crowbars, swinging Rambos, running up in graveyards, getting dough fast, usually it don't last. But if we don't grind, we don't stand no chance. Being poor really gave my niggas cold hearts. All the crime be the reason that we don't stop. Every day hustling's the culture. We just wanna shine like a diamond like we're supposed to. I see a whole heap of snakes, rats and vultures. I see gunmen empty out revolvers. I see all heap of drug dealers and smokers. I see generals take orders from soldiers. I see all heap of dead faces on posters. All these youngers dying before their olders. It's so atrocious, sometimes it makes me feel hopeless. Pressure burst pipe where it makes diamonds. When you're in the hood, you gotta stay violent. Every day, all I hear is Jake sirens. Talk and dead, you better stay silent. Mad up in the slums where they're giving out drugs and guns, but they never give us no guidance.
Try to stay away from drama, but it ain't.
All right. That's enough of that. Meta science in the building.
Looking bare beige in there.
Let's get. Huh?
I said I'm looking bare.
You're looking beige.
Yeah.
All right. So boom. So not like we've been living under a rock. Not like we've been living under a rock. You get me? But yeah, Jay-Z is finally getting his name call out. Then I call him out. And they say, yo, Jay-Z's doing a wickedness. They're saying they're accusing Jay-Z of doing some wickedness to a 13-year-old alongside Diddy. So let's get into that, man, because a long time people been saying, yo, it's not just P. Diddy. Oh yeah, guess what? Jay-Z's gonna get it too. And I'm just like, yeah, whatever. But they've called man's name out. What's the strength to the allegations? I don't know, but it's mud on your name anyway. It's mud. It's public mud on your name. It's not a good look. You get me? So let's see.
So y'all know it's been a lot going on over the weekend. We do see that Jay-Z was the latest person named in the Diddy lawsuit. And this story is like an onion. A lot of layers to peel back. And so I'm going to bring Lauren in here to do this because this is her first.
Because she called the sources?
This is her forte because she can contact anybody from the Fed to Donald Trump.
There you go.
So I want her to come on in here. Come on in here, girl.
And I saw just trying to pronounce litigious this morning. Woo.
Well, I think I did a better job than you just did. What is it? Don't play with me.
Yes. Okay. So look, not even a laughing matter, right? So over the weekend, actually last night, Jay-Z was named in a lawsuit. This is a federal suit. This lawsuit is one that we actually talked about before. So y'all remember back in October when Tony Busby filed that big bunch of lawsuits against Diddy.
That's when I set up the hotline.
Yes. Yeah. That was the start of all of that stuff, right around that time. So during that time when that was set up, there was a case that was mentioned. There was a 13-year-old girl who said she came to New York when she was 13 to go to the VMAs. She didn't have a ticket. She was just excited to be here. She met a limousine driver who said he worked for Puff. And he was like, I can't get you to the VMAs, but if you come back here after, I can get you to an after party.
Now, 13-year-old was with no parents, just by themselves?
She came by herself. She came by herself. So she was dropped off by a friend. Now, that girl in that lawsuit originally back in October said she went to a party. It was a Puff party, allegedly. When she got there, she had some drinks. She started feeling a little crazy. And then she went to a room to lay down and take a little, a little minute away from the people. When she woke up, Puff and two other celebrities, celebrity A and B, were in the room, and she was raped, allegedly, in that room. She called her dad to come get her when she was able to get away from the party, who didn't know she was there, and then it caused her mental distress to this day. So that's why she was filing civil suit. So over the weekend, celebrity A was named as Jay-Z. So now that has shattered the internet streets, as you guys can imagine, because I think for a while people have been trying to place other celebrities in this and figure out who the other names are. And this is one of the biggest names outside of Diddy that we've seen named in all of this stuff. So now the civil suit still remains as is. The claims are still the same. The only difference is that she's saying that Puff was one of the people allegedly that raped her in that room, but that Jay-Z also participated, and that there was another celebrity who was a female celebrity, B, who watched. And she said that the woman is accusing Jay-Z and Puff of taking turns. Puff would, sexually assault her, rape her. And then
does it sound far-fetched to you? Am I the only one that thinks it sounds a bit far-fetched? I'm not saying it's not real, but
I mean,
it just sounds mad. They're at a party, Jay-Z and P. Diddy raping this 13-year-old that's just found herself at the party with no parents, and there's a woman watching. I don't know, man. I mean, I suppose. It's not impossible, but to me, maybe just because I'm a man that doesn't understand what would make a man rape a woman anyway. But do it, and then do it with mates. So you got two. How do you know that your other friend is going to be into it? So how do you even know that you are going to be into it? And then the woman, I don't know. And then she just left to just walk off, yeah?
Yeah, it's all weird.
But you've come to the party, you're 13, we've plied you with drink, we've graped you, and we just let you go. Oh, it's not like you're gonna go straight to the police station, get a rape kit, and get your blood tested. Why would you leave that risk? I don't get it.
Yeah, it's different if she said she.
Do you know what I'm trying to say? I don't know.
Yeah, I do. I just find. I said this right at the beginning when they called out all you know, P. Diddy and everything, I said, look, this is getting a little bit ridiculous now. I'm not saying that none of them have done anything, because we all see him attack his girlfriend by the lift and that. But I'm not saying that they haven't done anything, but I said, watch what's going to happen. They're just going to be throwing more and more names now. It's going to escalate. And I don't know. Look, one part of me says, yeah, because they do drugs and they've got loads of money and you can't get thrills the normal way. They like to take risks, and maybe the risk-taking factor is what makes it heightened for them. And then the other part of me says, yeah, but isn't it a convenient way to just take a lot of people down that have got money all at the same time?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like, because I don't want to be led down the road. Because I'm wary of this. One thing I'm wary of is us buying into it. It's very odd. Us buying into it, and then it's revealed that someone was lying or rare, and then it's like leading us down a path where we're triple guessing our judgment. Like, I feel like they do this a lot. They will actually give out false information and make people feel like, you know, the so-called conspiracy theorists be like, yeah, we were right. Told you. And then the claim that comes out is false. But now you've had a false claim and it's been proven it's false. It makes it harder to make any other claims against you now. I feel like this is what they did with Michael Jackson. My opinion is they gave us like some false claims to throw man off the scent, kind of. My
dad said that years ago. When it first happened with Michael Jackson, my dad said, I don't believe it. He said the man might be a little bit abnormal, like to be around kids and that. He said, but I just don't believe it. He said they're after his money. He said they've done this loads of times before. But you know, when you're younger, you don't really take much notice to what people are saying. But now, it's weird. It's weird. There's so much of it.
I'm an L. What do you think?
What do I think? Who are we talking about? MJ or Diddy or Jay-Z, right?
Yeah, I suppose we're talking about. Yeah, I suppose we're talking about MJ's. I suppose we're talking about MJ. Quick.
We're talking about MJ and the MJ situation. My days, it's techie. It's techie because he did pay out money. You get me? He did. If he was innocent, yeah, he wouldn't have paid the money for the first allegation, innit?
Yeah, the settlement.
Yeah, the settlement.
I think that settlement thing is mad. That's a stain on your reputation once you've made once you've paid to make the charges go away. I can't rate you. That's not really justice, is it?
Exactly. That's just corruption right there. You know what I mean? Like Jay-Z is saying the other thing. He's saying, nah, that I'm coming for you. Like, if I did it, yeah, we're gonna go court and I'm gonna win the thing. Like, that's how he's going on about it. That he's innocent and that. But me, honestly, I believe like he's done it obviously because look at Foxy Brown. He was having a relationship with Foxy Brown, yeah, and she was young at the time. And then he was always around R. Kelly as well. You know what I mean? And making bare tunes with R. Kelly. You know what I mean? And you know R. Kelly.
Yeah, they're making joint albums on that.
You get it, like back-to-back albums. You know what I mean?
See, I don't think Michael Jackson actually. I think he might have been in mind, maybe a pervert, but because there's the rumours that he was castrated and that, and it's possible that he couldn't even have normal sex, and there's rumours of that.
I don't know. Pete, sorry to cut you. I think some people say that Michael Jackson was just playing that voice. But when he was doing his Jehovah Witnessing and that, you'll hear a different voice in that.
Oh.
Or on when you call him on his phone, you'll hear some deep voice. You know what I mean? But that was just all. You get me? Like
no. There's been footage of Michael Jackson having like a slightly deeper voice or access to slightly deeper tones or whatever. I don't know what I'm going for Michael, but I don't think he was normal. I don't see him laying down with a woman and doing his thing with a woman. And plus, Michael Jackson's case even more suspicious when you look at who he claims to be his children. once you start faking kids or something, then something's wrong. Something's going on. There's something going on with his kids.
And then also the Quincy
So this is
Jones
what makes
as
me
well.
think it's definitely not just cut and dry, because you're not just having normal kids. You're a black man that's got vitiligo, and you've given birth to 3 Viking fucking royalty. Like, how the fuck have you managed to do that? You've managed to have some, like, I don't know, some Scandinavian kids, bruv. I don't care how white the mum is. Come on, bro. All 3 of them. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Don't take us for mugs. Don't take us for mugs. All 3 of them are like whiter than a white person. Like, what's going on? How?
Yeah, but that's what leads me to think that it might be true that he couldn't have normal sex and that he was castrated. Yeah. But whatever, we'll never know, will we, really?
Yeah. But anyway, back to this Jay-Z thing. So, like, going by the story, a 13-year-old girl turns up to the VMAs, the music awards, the Video Music Awards, and has no ticket to get in, has no access to get in. So a member of security sees her and says, you know what? I can't get you in here, but I can get you into an after party. Now, I take it that this 13-year-old did not look 13 in any way, shape. I take it that we can take that for granted, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. When I think of 13-year-olds, I just think of, obviously, a little girl. There's no way a little girl is gonna, like, there's something about her that's even giving her the energy to go over to the music awards and try and get in. Like, she's like, you know, I don't know. She seems highly independent. She's not accompanied. She's able to stay out and go to parties. After party. It doesn't make sense, man. I don't know. I know shit happens, but I don't know. This is very confusing.
Well, I don't believe it. Not with Jay-Z. I don't believe it. No.
No, you think Jay-Z's innocent, yeah?
Yeah.
Why? Based on what?
Based on the fact that it's a civil suit. It's not criminal. I mean, I don't understand why it's not criminal. And too many of these women, because I don't know how old is she going to be now? This once 13-year-old.
Oh, do you know what? I believe this. Are they saying that this was in the early 2000s? So we can put 20 years on that.
All this time. She's waited all this time. No, I'm not having that. No.
Well, they're saying, the reason why it's taking all this time is because she was having mental issues or something. Maybe, I think they're saying.
No, did she ever report it to the police? Got any authority? Did she report it to any authority?
No, she's probably a Roby Jupiter and those kind of people. That's what they live for, you know, going backstage, going into the alone with these pop stars or whatever.
But at 13?
Yes.
But at 13 though, Wendy.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe kids were trying to get backstage at Take That and those type of concerts. New Kids on the Block. Maybe kids were trying to get backstage at them places too. I don't know. Maybe it's just a normal
I agree.
thing.
Yeah, I know
they do.
But this is a musical video awards. Like, this is like the MTV Video Awards. Like, it's a big thing.
Yeah, but she must have known someone and knew someone to think that she could.
She's had a lot of self-confidence, hasn't she, to turn up at 13 at something like that? Yeah. I mean.
Yeah. I mean, Silverback
she's got some.
Yeah, he's saying, look how long it took for Savile and Epstein. But the difference is with them, they had made complaints elsewhere and got it overlooked. This is what I'm saying. When you've been attacked at 13 and nobody's reported it, not even your parents have said, right, well, I'm going to report it if you're not.
Yeah, because you've called your dad. Apparently, the story is she's called her dad to help her or to come and get her. So, what's your dad said? What happened? What happened? Let me rewind a little bit. I'm gonna go to an official news story in a minute.
There was another celebrity who was a female celebrity, B, who watched, and she said that the woman is accusing Jay-Z and Puff of taking turns. Like Puff would, sexually assault her, rape her. And then Jay-Z would watch, and then allegedly Jay-Z would do the same, and then Puff would watch. And she says that no one helped her. Like the other celebrity that was in the room did not help her. Now, all of this happened, right? This all dropped. People were like, well, what the heck is going on? You guys remember when all this started dropping around Puff, it was like statements from his attorneys trying to defend him.
Yeah.
Now with Jay-Z released a statement, I would say almost like immediately once this happened. And his statement was very different. I made sure all of y'all had the statement.
Yes.
Alrighty. So this is a long statement. Normally we only pick pieces of it, but I think it's important for us to read the full statement.
You gonna read this whole thing?
We need to.
Okay, let's do
So
it.
it says, my lawyer received a blackmail attempt. This is a statement directly from Jay-Z. My lawyer received a blackmail attempt, called a demand letter from a lawyer, in quotations, named Tony Busby. What he had calculated was the nature of these allegations of the public scrutiny that would make me want to settle. No, sir. It had the opposite effect. It made me want to expose you for the fraud you are in a very public fashion. So no, I will not give you one red penny. These allegations are so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Whomever would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away. Would you not agree? These alleged victims would deserve real justice if that were the case. This lawyer who I have done a bit of research on seems to have a pattern of these type of theatrics. I have no idea how you have come to be such a deplorable human, Mr. Busby, but I promise you I have seen your kind many times over. I'm more than prepared to deal with your type. You claim to be a Marine. Marines are known for their valor. Valor. You have neither nor honor or dignity. My only heartbreak is for my family. My wife and I, he says my wife, but we know he's like my Beyonce, because like, why won't you just say Beyonce? My wife and I have to sit our children down now, one of whom is at the age where her friends will surely see the press and ask questions about the nature of these claims and explain the cruelty and greed of people. I mourn yet another loss of innocence. Children should not have to endure such that at their young age. It is unfair to have to try and understand inexplicable degrees of malice meant to destroy families and human spirit. My heart and support goes out to the true victims in the world. I want to get to this next part. You have made a terrible error in judgment thinking that all celebrities are the same. I'm not from your world. I'm a young man who made it out of the projects of Brooklyn. We don't play these types of games. We have very strict codes and honor. We protect children. You seem to exploit people for personal gain. Only your network of conspiracy theorists, fake physics, will believe the idiotic claims you have levied against me, that if not for the seriousness surrounding harm to kids, would be laughable. I look forward to showing you just how different I am.
That was a bar you skipped,
play
though.
with me.
Yeah.
Which one? Go ahead.
My
Go back
heart
to
and
it.
support goes out to true victims in the world who have to watch how their life story is dressed in costume for profitability by this ambulance chaser in a cheap suit.
It was the cheap suit for me.
How you skip the bar in the ambulance chaser?
Yeah, and I think a lot of people responded so much to this. Like, of course, this caused a big back and forth for people, putting out their their own opinion of like, what do they believe? Is Jay-Z a part of this whole thing? That
Like I said, man, this one might not be real, but doesn't mean that none of them are. In my humble opinion, I think that's the feeling I'm getting anyway. Like this one just seems a bit. I don't know. There's an air of trickery on this. Like, yeah, they want us to fall for this.
No, I agree on that, Jedi. But why don't they change it to criminal?
The thing is, he protests too much. You understand? He did the overkill.
My mum's saying he did the overkill. My mum's saying he did the overkill.
He's overkilling it.
Yeah,
I heard him. He said he protested too much. But if you don't say anything, then they're like, why are you staying silent on this? So what are you supposed to do?
You can't win.
I don't know.
What are you supposed to do? With an allegation this serious?
Yeah, but it's not in criminal court. It's not in criminal court.
The fact that it's in the civil.
It's in civil court. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not really. It's like a Conor McGregor.
I understand, but as a businessman, he understands the power of his brand. So this will and could, should I say could and probably will cause a serious dent in his brand in terms of public opinion, which obviously he's a billionaire already, but it's still dependent on his assets, and a lot of his assets are still dependent on how viable his brand is. And if it gets shut out the water because people believe that you're a kiddie fiddler, I feel like, you can't just sleep on that. It might not be criminal, but who who's gonna want to sign you? Who's gonna want to take on new contracts when you've got this over your head?
But she said that she had drinks, and I mean, I think she's suggesting that she was spiked, didn't she? She had to go to her room to lay down.
Yeah, she was given a drink, and it made her feel like she needed to lie down.
Because if you're spiked to be made compliant, would you remember it all?
No, not with those spikes. They don't remember nothing.
That's what I mean. I don't. There's something here that don't feel right.
Yeah, but maybe it wasn't that type of spiking thing, mate. Because there's different types of drugs that could have been administered. So this could just be one that, like a party drug. Do you know what I mean? Rather than something that knocks you out and incapacitates you, just one that, a drug that maybe they're all taking.
But Jedi, it don't make sense, right? Look, when you've got that much power and that, right, you like to be in control of everything. And even if you're going to coerce someone into sleeping with you for your own thrills, somebody that you're not sure of, where they've come from, who they are, who they're connected to, you're suddenly going to take advantage when you're that big.
Take a big advantage, and then my thing is, you're at that position or these positions.
Yeah.
You do this, and then you just set her out. Like, what would have made them so confident that she's just gonna walk out as a 13-year-old and just be like, "All right, cool, yeah, that happened. All right, let's move on." I don't know. Just either there's more to it, or I don't know. My alarm
and who gave her
bells are
the
ringing,
room? Who gave her the room to lay in, and what room did she lay in? And because if she snuck into the party, if she was snuck in, wouldn't they all have known that she weren't meant to be there?
No. She tried to get into the VMAs, the award show, and she couldn't get in. But the security guard said, "But I can get you into the after party." So she was given access to this after party, which was a Diddy party, apparently. And so I'm assuming that's like at a hotel or at some residence somewhere. And so
but according to all the other
that people
stuff,
are beginning to believe that.
Yeah.
According to all the other stuff that's been put out about P. Diddy, I mean, I haven't been completely up to date with bits and pieces. They said he had cameras all over the place because he liked to control it all. So somebody wandering around that you don't know who they are, surely there would have been someone there, security, where you're going, what you're doing. Because equally, if P. Diddy's parties are as bad as what they say they were, equally, he wouldn't want the wrong people to stumble on the wrong people, if you know what I'm saying. Doing whatever they're doing.
It sounds strange. Big up, Zulu.
Big up, bro.
Yo. Yeah, man. Big up, man. Yeah, man. It sounds strange. It sounds a bit like a setup story. I'm not gonna lie. It's just
Puff is a part of, or is he not?
But basically, his response is like, "Don't try me. Try somebody else." You know what I'm saying?
I'm not the one.
And then what he said about like these lawyers who have these types of theatrics, they have a pattern of doing cases like this, and everybody case sound the same. It's like,
that's right.
They'll call you
underage girl. They was drugged.
So let me get like a more.
The rapper Jay-Z has been accused of raping a 13-year-old girl in 2000, allegedly, along with Sean Diddy Coombs. Our US correspondent, Martha Kellner.
24 years ago. 24 years ago. I don't know, man. But like I said, even if you're innocent or whatever, you're Jay-Z and blah, 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 when there's a headline like this, where the guy in the suit, the white guy in the suit says, Mr. Dududu has been accused of. That's all people are hearing. That's stored, logged into the subconscious. Okay. You get me?
Yeah.
Even if you bust case, people always wonder, was you not guilty because you was innocent, or not guilty because you got a good legal team? So it don't even matter if it's criminal or not. The same thing just happened to what's that fighter called? Colin McGregor or whatever.
Yeah.
Conor McGregor.
Yeah, he's guilty.
Same thing just happened to him. He just got found guilty of some grape thing, innit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I
don't even know what the case is.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Conor McGregor and that. But my mum said also about the civil court that that is patterned because once you're in there, you got leverage in it to silence somebody.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? I mean as in
Yeah, I didn't. I think you
when
cut
you're
out a
in the
little bit.
civil
Say it again.
court,
Say it again.
when you're in the civil court, like when you go to court, yeah, it's not you file a case and it goes to trial. You have to have a hearing. You get me? Yeah, you have to have a hearing first. So when you go to the hearing now, yeah, you can make a deal, yeah, in the hearing because court costs money. Do you understand? It costs money for you to be spending money for a judge to hire the courtroom. You get me, and all of that. And instead of just going through that process, you can cut all that out, cut the middleman more or less, and just pay the person, yeah, and have an out of court settlement. You know what I mean? Even before it gets to the hearing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what we're trying to
I
say.
hear what you mean.
Whereas when it's a criminal court case, that cannot run because that means you've broken the law and you need to. They need justice. You get me? Like they need the justice thing. You know what I mean? But oh yeah, someone has to go jail. Someone's going jail, basically. You know what I mean? But what I would say is, I mean, the Jay-Z thing is fresh. You get me? That talk, you know, it just happened yesterday. You know what I mean? The only thing that people can go on is through the rumors, through the Jaguar Wright interviews and that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And maybe the what's his name, Professor Griff. Those are like the only two people really that have got stuff to say, and maybe Kanye West. Yeah, when he was doing his antics and that. You get me? But what is more interesting is the other part of what you're trying to talk about, which is Billy Carson. That one is more interesting because that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna get there, man.
Okay.
We're nearly there. Hold still, man. Hold still. We're nearly there. We're nearly there, bro. We're about to get into that big time.
The rapper Jay-Z has been accused of raping a 13-year-old girl in 2000, allegedly, along with Sean Diddy Coombs. Our US correspondent Martha Kellner has the latest from Los Angeles.
This civil suit was originally filed back in October against Sean Combs, better known as P. Diddy. It has now been amended to also include allegations against Jay-Z, whose real name is Sean Carter. In this civil suit, a woman says that when she was a 13-year-old girl back in the year 2000, that she attended an after party for the MTV Video Music Awards, during which she says she was raped by Jay-Z and P. Diddy. She says that Jay-Z removed her clothes, pinned her down and raped her while P. Diddy and an unnamed female celebrity watched on. She says she was then raped by P. Diddy as Jay-Z and this female celebrity watched on once again. Jay-Z has dismissed in a lengthy...
Just like when it just sounds awkward, doesn't it? It just sounds like an awkward thing. The allegation sounds awkward, like, you know, and if it's real, then, like, you know, may she be granted some form of peace and respite from her anguish. And if it's not, may she not. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Because I don't know, man. That's
why is the female celebrity? Huh? Why is the female celebrity unnamed?
Unnamed.
Is that
yeah,
Beyonce?
Tell me. You tell me.
Beyonce? Is it Beyonce? Is it Jennifer Lopez?
I don't know. Were they together 24 years ago? I don't know. Who was that?
Because apparently the females that are married to these guys are big time guilty. Like Jennifer Lopez and Beyonce, they got some serious allegations as well on their side still.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, the other thing is definitely. That in the background of people's memories there'll be all the accusation of the dark arts and the Illuminati stuff that they used to put on Beyonce and Jay-Z, and
it's a Felima ritual.
Yeah. And also, on top of it all, it'd be different if it was just him being accused, but because it's at P. Diddy's place and because there's a lot of evidence against P. Diddy, that is gonna sort of like reflect onto him in a way.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Yeah, it's guilt by association, all sorts of things. Yeah, you got to be careful, man. You got to be careful, man. I mean, who you rolling around with? Be careful who you're rolling around with. man's playing beats and that.
Statement these claims as idiotic. He's also attacked the character and legitimacy of the lawyer who has brought these claims. In his statement, Jay-Z directly addresses that lawyer. He says these allegations are so heinous in nature.
Yeah, we've heard all that. So the media's supporting. We'll see, innit? We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, but what has he done though? Like, what has Jay-Z done to piss off the elite? That's the question. Has he done anything? You get me? Diddy, what he did, he fucking went at Ciroc, yeah. He went on them alcohol, guys, and tried to take them out and say that they were doing racism, systematic racism towards him, yeah, which pissed them off, innit? And that's why they basically just shut him down. You know what I mean? But what has Jay-Z done lately? You know what I mean? That is a mad thing. You know what I mean? Like, if anything, yeah, it should be Drake that you should be hearing stories because he's trying to get at Universal. You know what I mean? Like, and anybody that goes for a record label, the big major record label, gets shut down or gets exposed. Look at Michael Jackson, Prince, all of them, man. You get me? But what has Jay-Z done to get this a punishment? He did something to Diddy. Maybe he threw Diddy under the bus, and Diddy's just like, nah, but it's not gonna happen like that. But maybe Diddy's the one that snitched.
Or maybe the masters, Leo Cohen and Lucian Grange, are disposing of them. They're done with them. They're moving on to the next influencers, and those are going to be the Twitch streamers, the Kaisonats, the Speeds. Those are going to be the new Diddy's and Jay-Z's.
Yeah, that can run. Yeah,
because Leo Cohen and Lucian Grange, why aren't they getting any allegations? Why aren't they in court cases? It's always the people they've got under them under these contracts. It's always their pawns, especially the Israelites, the black ones, that end up in these situations. But the people with the top hats, they, those kind of people, the Jays, nothing happens to them. But
they said the Jays, man said the Jays, man said the Jays, and that still.
I see. Epstein. He was, yeah. All right, but cool. Anyway, let's go.
Patrick Bet David, this guy is everywhere.
All right, let's go, man. Billy Carson versus West Huff.
So watch for yourself. Please comment. Help us boost that algorithm.
Let's go.
They don't think that Jesus, my wife had here, athlete wannabe.
That will be debunked in this debate. So watch
I'm going to give you a backstory of who Ben Carson is.
Boost that algorithm and share.
Can you give a backstory for who Ben Carson is?
Yeah, give a backstory.
A backstory of who Ben Carson.
Yeah, lava for them stories them, and I deal in them story there. So I'd rather tell you Billy Carson is a person that popped up on Instagram. He's a person that popped up on Instagram as forbidden knowledge, just posting up stuff. He's gained momentum. He's come out as Billy Carson. I think he was in the army. I don't know if I'm right. I feel like he was in the army before or something. I might have got that wrong. And yeah, it's just Billy Carson. He's got all these theories and whatever. He's like a David Icke, as in somebody that people look to for esoteric information, breakdowns, his versions on history. What else is there to say? I know I'm
aliens.
Add you lot, man. Go on.
He's big into aliens, right?
Aliens, that's what you can say.
I mean, the Hindu stories, the all UFOs, Star Wars, space battles, the Egyptian gods, the aliens that came and taught us knowledge, the Anunnaki that came down and mixed their genetics with monkeys to make humans. It's a sci-fi, it's pseudo. Some of it's Nawapian as well, which is interesting.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, sorry to cut you off with that one. Apparently, I believe that he was part of the Nubians. He was, because I remember when I was studying with the Nubians, he was there. Like as in one of the elders. You get me? But then, obviously he just did his own thing. That's why he's now known as Billy Carson, because he had the Nuwapian name before. That's why he talks about the UFO doctrine a lot. You get me? Like that's why it's shocking to me, yeah, that how he got exposed, and he's got the books. Do you understand? He's got the things. He's got the degree of Christism, the degree of Mosesism, the degree of Mohammedism. You get me? He's got all of that, yeah. Like, because if you go for the master teacher, like Dr. Malachi York, when he was doing his thing, you know what I mean? You can never basically like shut him down. Like he will expose your thing and teach you as well while exposing the thing. You get me? But him, Billy Carson, is like he got shut down, and now he's at a point where, you know, he's threatening people that cease and desist, that you can't talk about that I lost the battle. You get me? And you know what I mean? He's gone through that school of thought in terms of how to do the debating, like Sarnetta TV, you know, like when they do the battle and saying, oh, that Christian is the right religion, or the Hebrew Israelites will say, nah, it's this way, or the Nuwapians will say, nah, it's this way. He's done all of that, but then this guy come in with the Sinai Bible, and then all of a sudden now, you get me, his whole foundation has crumbled.
Hold up. We gotta get to that. We need to get to
the video of him knocking at the man's door at 2 a.m. Honestly, the timing of this is perfect.
Video. Here we go.
So, Wes, now that we got you on, Wesley Huff, historian, linguist, biblical scholar, PhD, and athlete wannabe. I like how you threw that in the bio right there. And Wesley, my man, I think it would be great to. I know you guys were both recently in Egypt. There's tons that I'm interested in. That how all these things show up in Egypt is baffling to me. But just going right to it, I had here, Billy, you talk about how Jesus was never crucified, which is interesting because my wife, who's a Muslim, they believe that as well. Their beliefs, from what I understand from her, are they don't think that Jesus, as they believe is a prophet, God would have him killed. But I don't think they have any historical evidence, as far as I know, as to what or how or why they believe that. I'm curious for you guys both, and if you want to, I guess, go first, Billy, as to how you came about, like the findings where it seems that Jesus was not crucified, or that's not accurate.
Sure. And in my videos, and if you listen to the podcast, the statement is according to the Sinai Bible. Okay, according to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible. That Bible predates the King James Version of the Bible, and the text there actually is about 12 to 14,000 differences between the Sinai Bible and the King James Version of the Bible, which came much later. And then also one of the things that were interesting is that they discovered the book of Jesus' wife, which is at the Harvard Seminary, which according to some scholars, it's a little controversial, but they claim that this is an accurate record that Jesus may have even been married, which then, adds more, if that's true, it adds more to the hypothesis that maybe he wasn't crucified. I just personally believe that Jesus was an amazing human being. I don't think that he was the Son of God in the sense that he's God, but that we're all gods. As he said, ye are gods, and that we're to do greater things in him. And I just personally believe that the return of the Christ is the return of the Christ consciousness. When we can all achieve a certain level of knowledge, wisdom, passion, understanding, empathy, love that he came to this planet with, and we get that in our mind and our conscience, and we can act on those incredible emotions and that understanding, that the whole world is going to transform instantaneously. And I think at the second coming is the coming of the Christ consciousness to the planet, not a human being.
So what do you think about the Christ consciousness, Amon El?
Oh, you're coming. Yeah. You're asking me. My mom's looking at me like, yeah. Answer that question. You know what I mean? What do I think about it? About Christ consciousness? That in terms of what he's saying. Yeah, I agree with him. I can't lie. You know what I mean? Like, I can't lie about that one. Yeah, that is Christ consciousness. You get me? There's certain what's it?
So
Gospel.
do you think that? Do you think Christ was? Do you think Jesus Christ existed? Do you believe Jesus Christ existed? Do you believe that?
Oh, do I believe if Jesus Christ? Oh, now you're getting at me really like to the point. Do I believe that he existed? You get me? And you got my mom looking at me like, you better answer that question right, son. You get you get me? After you see how you got me in this.
That's all these Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff.
You see how you got my mom started? You know what I mean? With this thing. Me, honestly, I will say it's a mystery, innit? Like, yeah, there's certain things, there's certain antiquity in Jerusalem or in Bethlehem, you know what I mean? Or in Egypt, certain or the Dead Sea Scrolls, like my mom was saying, and the River Jordan and all these kind of stuff, you know what I mean? But the bottom line is, where's man's grave? Where's the bones? You get me? Where's the bones? You know what I mean? Anytime you talk about Egypt and Kemet and that kind of stuff, the people that, are on the wall and whatever, the pharaohs, you can find their bones. You know what I mean? But when it comes to Jesus Christ, you cannot find his bones. You know what
Where's
I mean?
Norma's bones? Where's Norma's bones?
So what do you say to that? Hidden by Yah. What do you say to that?
To respond to my brother, the priest, I would say that there's an innumerable amount of evidence to support the existence of Yeshua of Nazareth, and even atheist historians and scholars admit, based on the same criteria we say everyone else existed in history, it's undoubtable that this person existed, to the point to where they put him in the category of historical Jesus. They don't even say that, oh, Jesus was actually Son of God or whatever, or did the things that the Bible says that he did, but they acknowledge that the person existed. It's undeniable. If we're going to use the same criteria to validate Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, or any other person who's well known, if we use that same criteria, it's undeniable. Now, in regards to the claims of the supernatural stuff, that's a matter of belief, and that's fine. But if we're going to be critical with the Gospels as we are with every other text, no one else existed, because there's more manuscripts, there's more documents and fragments and mentionings of Jesus and what happened in that time period than any other person in that time period. So you would have to say that everyone else didn't exist. Like, for example, Pontius Pilate, you'd have to say he didn't exist. You'd have to say that Julius Caesar didn't exist. You'd have to say that any other well-known figure in that time didn't exist, because no one else.
There is much evidence. Hold on. Are you saying that there's as much evidence for Julius Caesar as there is for Jesus Christ?
I'm saying, according to the historical record, there's a lot more document. There's a lot more documentation. Like, I'll give you an example. You could fill a room full of manuscripts just of one gospel, but you can't fill even a cupboard of the stuff that mentions Julius Caesar. So it's for me, just looking at the logistics, there's a lot more people mentioning this.
That's if we deal with quality over quantity, does that change things though? Because you could have a load of
quality. How do you measure quality?
The evidence has a reference. The evidence has a reference, and it's a legit thing. It's not just a copy of a copy.
Yeah, so I think the person, Jesus Christ, definitely did exist. He definitely did, because there's even Romans that wrote of him. There's paperwork to do with them talking about this man that was going around.
And the Jews.
Because they saw him as a bit of a threat to their dominance and stuff. So yeah, he definitely did. There definitely was someone called Jesus. Whether he's the Son of God, that's up for other people to argue. But yeah,
Even the enemies in the Talmud, they reference it. They say that he was crucified with Pontius Pilate. They say that he had disciples. They said that he did witchcraft through Egyptian magic. They said that his mother was a whore, promiscuous, all this stuff. Even though it's anti and it's negative, historians love that because it's showing that if the enemies are saying this guy existed, and the people for him, which are the composers of the gospel, say existed, those are two different sources that are attesting to this guy's existence at the very least. But then even deeper than that, even in the enemy sources, they are saying that he did some of miraculous thing. Even though they're saying it's witchcraft and it's through demons, they're acknowledging that he did miraculous things. They're also acknowledging that he was crucified. So, work that one out. You know what I mean? But yeah.
I hear you.
Flying back to Earth to save people. That's just my personal understanding of how I perceived it over many, many years of going through this information and going through all this text.
And Wes, I'm gonna let you respond to that. And again, I mean, this is everyone listening to the show. You know, I'm always like, challenge everything. Learn to critically think and continue to come to your conclusions. Even with Jesus, I'm not personally even waiting on that he has to come back to say, I already know I'm, like I said, that strength of God and consciousness is already, I can tap into that right now. So you don't have to wait for him to come back. For those that believe he does, to actually have that like next level of what that's supposed to mean.
What?
But
The Christ consciousness thing is so new age. The Christ consciousness thing is so new age.
No, but what is he saying? He was just like, yo, I don't have to wait, even though I do believe, and I don't have to wait because
he messed it up completely. The fact of the matter is, the Christ consciousness doesn't mean that Jesus is coming back. It means that people are going to become enlightened, return to the faith, and have more of a higher level understanding of the spirituality in the text and scriptures and in the belief. It's nothing about, that's what
I don't think it's biblical. I think it's actually esoteric and even potentially like a Gnostic ideology. And it's this idea of some form of tranquility and this like peace and lovingness. And I'm not saying Christians shouldn't be like that, but there's also a side where, you know what I mean, we're on business and there's the judgment, there's the, you know, the stern. And I feel like this Christ consciousness thing is just all this blissful tranquility. It's given one world religion. It's given a docileness. It's given. Am I lying though? That's what it's given for me. And I know its origins. But yeah,
I hear you.
What are you against Christ consciousness?
You know,
are you against enlightenment?
I don't believe that what they're saying it is what it is. You know what I mean? If we're talking about some form of enlightenment, if we're talking about some form of wisdom from a biblical concept, that's delivered through the Holy Spirit, through the Ruach. So this whole Christ consciousness thing for me, it's an innovation, and I know it comes from New Age. This is not something that is expressed in the New Testament. So I'm left to just question.
Yeah, but hold up, brother. You're saying about New Age, yeah, but you have to understand the schools of Yeshua Yamashiach, where he went before he even became on the level. He had to go through the school of the Essenes, yeah, which John the Baptist was part of. You know what I mean? And they were dealing with the mystical sciences.
Jesus was a Pharisee. He wasn't an Essene. Most scholars agree that the evidence suggests that he was a Pharisee, and I've already explained this. But if you look at his theology, the things that he believed are parallel with what the Pharisees believe.
If he was a Pharisee, why would he say, "Don't do as the Pharisees do"?
No, he says he does the opposite. No, this is what he says. I'm going to quote it for you. He says, "The Pharisees sit in the seat of Moses. I tell you to do whatever they tell you to do, but not after what they do. Why? Because they are hypocrites." So the Pharisees had the correct doctrine, the preserved doctrine.
So basically, do as they say, but not as they do.
Right.
Basically, do as they say, but not as they do.
And they sit in the seat of Moses. He's given. Someone's making noise.
What's that background noise?
So basically, Jesus is even validating, just like how I can go to my church and critique my church. Does it mean I'm not of my church? So Jesus is critiquing them so hard because
that he expects better from them because they had the correct doctrine. The Sadducees only believed in the first 5 books of the Old Testament. They didn't believe in demons, angels. They didn't believe in the afterlife. They believed when you die, that's it. So they had so many doctrinal differences. The Zealots were like hardcore rebels against the Roman Empire. They had the assassins going around killing people, and they were on some like, let's tear up the Roman Empire. Then you had the Pharisees, which were the people that were secluded. They taught in synagogues, which is a new thing. There was no synagogues in Jacob and Abraham's time and Moses' time. They had their own customs. They believed in all of the Old Testament. And they didn't just believe in the first 5 books. They believed in angels, demons, baptism, the resurrection, afterlife. All the things that Christians today believe in, the Pharisees believed in. The Pharisees is the direct line of that true Old Testament way of belief. The place where they went wrong was the Talmud, was extra additional laws and oral traditions. That's where they went wrong. But the doctrine itself was sound. And Jesus even told people to do whatever they told you to do. And they sit in the seat of Moses. So Jesus wants to know a scene, bro. The Essenes were doing some, bro, the Essenes on the Sabbath, the Essenes wouldn't even take a shit. Like, the Essenes were literally hobos, and they were literally like, they were hippies. They would go around in the wilderness. They would meditate for hours and days. They wouldn't do anything. They were vegetarians. They had some weird rituals as well. For me, they given like a Masonic kind of, because when you look at Josephus's writings, he talks about specifically that they would have specific rituals. They would meet at certain times. They would do like washing rituals and all sorts of, there's all sorts of different things that they would do. It differs from what the Pharisees taught. It differs from what the other sects of Judaism taught. So as far as I'm concerned, Jesus was a Pharisee. He taught in the synagogues. Only Pharisees teach in the synagogues. Jesus also participated in Pharisaical practices such as the tassels. He had the tassels, just like the Pharisees. Jesus also would teach in the temple around Pharisees. He was invited to Pharisees' homes for dinners. Nicodemus was the leading Pharisee, and he met him on the rooftop, and they were discussing Torah. As far as I'm concerned, Jesus was a Pharisee, dude. As far as I'm concerned. But what do I know?
Interesting you
Was
say that,
Jesus a
because
Pharisee or
the Jews that are supposed to be with the Dajjal in the last days, they're going to be the ones with the tassels.
Now you're going to a different book and a different, I don't even know what you're doing there. You said Dajjal.
Yeah, going with the Muslims, but because in the end of that, because I'm thinking of Revelations, you reminded me when you said the tassels.
Yeah, the tassels. I've got tassels.
The Dajjal, is it like the Antichrist or something?
Big up London.
So there's meant to be 30,000 Jews that are actually going to side with the Antichrist.
Well, go on, Jed.
Yeah, it's a false prophecy, that is. But yeah.
Well, it's out there.
Yeah. There's only one prophecy. There's only one book that prophecies are being fulfilled. So let's not play games. You know what I mean? We can go to any other book you want, but there's only one big dog up in here, bro. Everything else ain't working. Everything else ain't getting fulfilled like the Bible. So I don't know.
Well, it was in the Bible.
There's nowhere in the Bible that does say 3,000 or 40,000 Jews are gonna side with the Dajjal. I don't know what you're talking about. Nowhere does it say that.
Find it. I'll have to go find it. Let me find the scripture for you.
All right.
But anyway, let's carry on with this.
Yeah.
Wes, go ahead on for what Billy was talking about. I think with a book in the Harvard Museum, and I heard something about Jesus's wife, which that's, yeah.
Yeah, well, first let me say, I think it's really cool to not just be in the room proverbially with you, Billy, but be able to interact with you, because I wish I could be there in person. Unfortunately, Toronto, Canada is a long way away from Florida. It's a little bit of a jaunt, but I really appreciate the fact that you seem to have investigated to a certain degree some of these facts. Do you mind if I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
When you say the Sinai Bible, what are you referring to specifically?
It's the biblical text that was written. It made it into you can actually look it up on Amazon. It's a Bible called, I have a version at home. It's called the Sinai Bible, right? From Mount Sinai. I'm assuming that's the mountain. that they're referencing there, but they put together their own version of the biblical text prior to the King James Version being put out.
Sure. So when you refer to the Sinai Bible, would you be referring to Codex Sinaiticus, like the codex that comes? Okay. That's why I was trying to get some clarification, because so you can actually go and see Codex Sinaiticus is at the British Library. So you can go and see it. It's on display. And the British Library has actually digitized the entire manuscript. So I work with manuscripts in my linguistic work. I'm an expert on early Christian scribal culture, and particularly in Greek and Coptic manuscripts. I actually have a facsimile. So I have a photocopy that was done by the British Library of Codex Sinaiticus that I work with.
Your heart starts beating. You thought you were quoting some rare shit. You thought you was quoting some rare shit. And you know what the man did? You see, check the setup. Check the setup that the man did. The man said, the man was chatting. He's chatting away, and he goes, yeah, the Codex Sinaitica. Yeah, I mean, it's at the British Library, man. But, you know, they digitized it and made it into a manuscript. And I happen to work with manuscripts, and I happen to have one right here. The book's just there. Yeah, the book's just there. Like, oh, no, yeah. Here's one I prepared earlier. You know you're in trouble.
But what do you think Billy's thinking right now? What do you think Billy's
like, shit, he's got the fucking book. I ain't got that book. I ain't got the manuscript version. I got some text and shit. You got like some digitized. Yo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, but hey, Jed, do you know what the thing is, right? With this Billy guy, right? Hey, salute to everybody on the panel first.
Big up, bro.
Yeah, big up.
Big up everyone in the chat as well.
Yeah, you don't know.
Hiya.
The Billy guy, right? He always says stuff that he thinks people may not know about, right? But in a different way. Listen, I've heard him do it a few times, and that's the same brother. The same way how he,
It's Amunel.
Yeah, the same way how he just got caught in the motion there, right? I've seen it happen like that a few times. He says things acting like people won't know. And they're like, oh, what do you mean this? Like,
man just reached back and was like, yeah, I got one. That was cheeky.
Yeah. Cheeky.
That was cheeky too. I'm not gonna lie. I'll be like, oh, you playing dirty, huh? Okay.
To Codex Sinaiticus, like the codex that comes. Okay. That's why I was trying to get some clarification, because so you can actually go and see Codex Sinaiticus is at the British Library. So you can go and see it. It's on display. And the British Library has actually digitized the entire manuscript. So I work with manuscripts in my linguistic work. I'm an expert on early Christian scribal culture, and particularly in Greek and Coptic manuscripts. I actually have a facsimile. So I have a photocopy that was done by the British Library of Codex Sinaiticus that I work with in my office. So I have it here. And the only reason I asked for clarification is because I want to make sure that what I'm addressing is actually what you mean.
Gotcha.
And not addressing something else. Because the Codex Sinaiticus in particular is just it's a 4th century Greek manuscript. It comes from approximately between 325 and 350 AD. And its text of the Gospels reads almost identical to the modern Greek text that we develop translations from. So my curiosity is just simply in kind of exploring when you say that it denies the crucifixion.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Shit.
So sorry for him.
Oh shit.
Look at my man's body language as he's talking.
I mean,
you can see that man is like shook, like he's sweating. Like he knows that this guy knows his
He's trying to
stuff.
hold it down, though. He's trying to hold it down. He's just like, yo, if I just stay still, if I just stay still, like, you won't see me, and you get me.
If I stay still.
Yeah, if I just stay, like, you don't know what to do.
But this is what I'm saying, fam. You gotta understand. This man made a living off the pseudo shit, bro.
Can go on.
Made a living off this.
This man what?
This man made a living off this pseudo stuff, bro. Literally, this guy's career is in jeopardy right now.
That's what we're saying, brother. You get me? The way he's the way he's like, you know, like he's crumbled. It's like now anybody that's talking about this kind of stuff about Anunnaki, about alien doctrine, now it's like even David Icke, all them those kind of people now, their thing is on the line, because even me, high priest, you know, like that, because it's like he's crumbled. That shows that now that the Anunnaki doctrine may not even be legit. You get me? That's how. But he just didn't have his facts. That's the only problem. He want to do something else. He want to go against the grain and do his own thing, and now he's backfired. All he could have said was he shouldn't have touched the Jesus thing. You get me? If he wasn't thorough with what he knows, he should have just left it alone. You get me? And just continue with the alien doctrine and Anunnaki. That's it. Just stay in your lane. But you want to come out, you get me? Go on, Jedi.
Hit the like button, family. Hit that like button, please, please, please. Make sure you do that. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, subscribe, man. Make sure you subscribe to Jedi Online. Check out the latest Speakonomics podcast episode featuring me, Shelly Shebs, Southside, and your boy Ammon L, who's on the panel now. It's a great watch. It's an hour long. It's a quick one. And yeah, man, we're gonna have a part 2. So make sure you check out part 1 before part 2 takes place, so you know where we're at. You get me? And also big up man like Zulu in the building, Dupes in the building, and London.
Big up.
Right now, Codex Sinaiticus, and I can look up the end of, you know, say Matthew 27, where it has Jesus being crucified, and that's in Codex Sinaiticus, or you know, the John 19, or any of the other ones. So I think
what's the chat GPT?
Man's doing damage control.
Damage control.
That's it. Hey, man.
Do you know what? I think even his missus is under some fire now, apparently.
Yeah.
His missus is under fire also.
Because of him. My confusion is that it doesn't read any differently. So actually, are you able to pull up a website with the like viewers or listeners or whatever, be able to see that
right now to make sure I have the right the version that I'm looking at.
While he's pulling that up too.
Well, hold on. 1 second. 1 second.
Yes, you know what this guy's doing.
This is a book that you ordered from Amazon. Whoa. Hold on. You said you got it from Amazon. Yeah. Should be a quick thing of, you know, the title of your book. Go find the online PDF something. You get me? It's on there. You can find it, bro. The whole book's online.
You know what this reminds me of? Des, you know what this reminds me of, right? And this has happened so many times over the years. I would have a debate, you know, with the beefy or something, right? And I'll say, oh, can you bring the Delil? Can you show us where you're getting this from? Oh, 1 second, Zulu. I'll bring it. 1 second.
Don't worry, I'm still looking.
5 hours later, different conversation. No one's asking him, yo, where's the information? And then we let it slide. I bring up the next day or a few days after. You see? So I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, but there's been times where people have been held by the scuff of their neck. Like, now we're not moving past till we get where you got this from. It's mad. But yeah, man, it does happen. It does happen. Evidence is king, though, isn't it? Like in a debate, evidence is king, man. You get me? No, it's not what you know, it's how you can prove it. You get me?
Yeah.
Like I keep saying to all the people that aren't scientists traveling the world and linguists, I don't even know how to pronounce it the right way, like me.
Linguists?
What cyanide? I keep thinking of cyanide, like the poison cyanide Bible. So is that like a version? So from my own knowledge that I know, when I really studied all this, what I thought was interesting about the Bible was how many like different eyewitness. I studied C.S. Lewis back in the day, how many different eyewitnesses and stuff there were. And they went on purpose to mention so many other names that they were able to like cross-reference throughout history and throughout those times, from my understanding. And those were different things that I always thought were kind of interesting that I felt was a good.
Wait, is this man cooked? Is he waved?
Yeah.
What's wrong with him? He's just chatting absolute poop the whole time. Is it just me?
Ooh, the white guy on the.
What did he just say? Then? What did he
Damage
just
control.
say?
Damage
Studied,
control.
what did he just say?
He studied CS. I think that was a connection with the people that had references to the Bible statements or something like that.
It's shocking how many eyewitnesses is just like, and just as many names as possible in history, just like cross-referencing. And I just, I don't really know about the Bible, but, I'm got the Christ consciousness. And bro, you sound like you need a mental laxative. Get me? Clogged up with their shit, moving like conscious eye.
Yeah, it's got
Concept of
whiny
proof.
accent.
And then I want Billy to answer, and also I'm just curious, like the Sinai Bible, where was that piece
I found
discovered?
the text where I was referencing. Actually, I was misquoted. I misquoted there. It's the Gospel of Barnabas.
Oh no!
Yeah, no, that is jokes. I said I misquoted. It was the Gospel of Barnabas. Sorry, guys. And then he still gets.
You mean this gospel? That's what you should do next.
Yeah, shook him up.
Oh, you mean this?
It's going to get worse from
Okay,
that.
yeah. Well, so that's good. So let's deal with that too, because I've actually worked with. There are two manuscripts of the Gospel of Barnabas. The Gospel of Barnabas is a really interesting document because it is a known forgery, and so that's why I think it's important to get to these sources. So at the very start of the Gospel of Barnabas, which we only have two copies of, one is in Italian and one is in Spanish. We see right off the bat that the Gospel of Barnabas, not to be confused with either the Epistle of Barnabas or the Acts of Barnabas, which are two apocryphal documents from the 2nd century, but the Gospel of Barnabas in particular, we know it's a forgery because it does things like in chapter 92, it says that Jesus spent 40 days on Mount Sinai, and then he came to the Jordan River and he walked to Jerusalem. But Mount Sinai is more than a week's journey away from Jerusalem, and neither Mount Sinai nor Jerusalem are close to the Jordan River. So never mind there not being a route from the Jordan River to like around Mount Sinai or going to Jerusalem. But there are internal problems with the Gospel of Barnabas, which indicate that it shows no actual indication of evidence of coming from or even having knowledge of first century Jewish understanding. It actually says Jesus is the Christ, but not the Messiah, which indicates that whoever the author is, he didn't know that those were the same words. And I think a bigger problem is that the Gospel of Barnabas actually paraphrases Dante's Inferno, which was written in 1314. So there's a lot of internal evidences that disqualify the Gospel of Barnabas, never mind the fact that we don't have any evidence of it prior to the 14th century, and none in any other language other than Middle Age Italian Italian and Spanish. But the internal content of the Gospel of Barnabas disqualifies it from being ancient. And then the fact that it's doing things like paraphrasing Dante, or it also refers to a rule of the time of Jubilee, which was changed in the Middle Ages from what it was in the biblical year of Jubilee. And it goes with the Middle Ages concept, not the ancient concept. So I think what I'm getting at is, so I'm a historian and I deal with sources. So when I'm looking at sources, I want to make sure that I have a methodology by which I approach any type of source. So if there is something that denies the crucifixion, I want to make sure that I'm analyzing it and that the methodology by which I analyze it actually reveals that the content can be accurately tied to the event. So if we're talking about, say, Codex Sinaiticus, that's in the 4th century. Now that is, I would agree with you, Billy, our oldest copy of the Bible in the sense of cover to cover, Genesis to Revelation copy of the Bible.
Right.
The problem is that we have individual copies of all 4 Gospels going back hundreds of years before Codex Sinaiticus. So I have a facsimile behind me of of P66. This is a late 2nd century copy of the Gospel of John. I work with this particular manuscript.
Right now, that shelf is just like an armory. You get me? That's
Yo, Ben Carson is Billy Carson is
showing
shitting
his gun,
himself, bro.
his gun rack,
Billy is shitting himself, bro.
pulling rifles from the shelf. Right, this right here is
I just went to the library.
AR-15.
Here's my reference.
That's crazy. All right.
I can just show the screen right here. This is an almost complete copy of the Gospel of John. And it
is that the
has the
papyri by
crucifixion.
any chance? Or is
Yeah,
that a
so
word that I just
papyrus
made
is
up?
just the what it's made out of. So
material it's on.
I got that from Chat GPT, by the way. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to sound smart for a second.
I have that papyrus at home.
Oh, that's
yeah.
I'll show you this. So I made
you
the
don't.
documents you actually see on my bookshelf behind.
I have that papyrus at home. You just
have
wanted to
shit,
say
man.
the word papyrus.
Yeah.
Allow him.
Say
Allow
papyrus.
him.
I have that papyrus.
Oh, this
He
is
didn't-
like knockout.
he didn't want to
after
feel left
knockout,
out.
innit?
Yeah. I got that. I seen that. I seen that film. Yeah. I got a pair of them. Still somewhere.
James!
I
I
don't want
Yeah, I got 2 pair of those at home, cuz.
I actually met John, so I know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Behind me are facsimile papyri that I've made. So when I was in Egypt last summer, I went and I got.
You hear that? So just so people know, yeah, it's not papyruses. Yeah, it's papyri.
Papyri.
Yeah, just
papyri.
Yeah. If you have more than one papyrus, it's a
Papaya.
Papaya.
papyri. Yeah.
Sweet
Just
like
letting you know,
papaya.
'cause I know you lot didn't know what the plural of papyrus was. So now you know papyri.
I would have said papyra.
Yeah. I would have said papyruses. Hey, where have you put my papyruses? Yeah, I've got a couple of those papyruses at home, I do. So now I'm gonna say, now I can say papyri, so like a proper wanker.
Made for me some papyrus sheet.
Oh, and welcome to my papyri room. You know,
This bloke
is where
is
I
a
keep
right
the most
sadist, isn't he?
ancient codexes.
He's really enjoying doing this, but he's trying not to show any emotion.
He's loving it.
if
He's
he
loving
does
it.
Yeah, but he's more or less the Christ of the modern day, isn't it? He's trying to show that that Christ does exist, and here's what I've done my research on that. You know what I mean? That's why he come to challenge Billy, innit? Cause he's trying to say your savior doesn't exist. That was a story. You know what I mean? It was some like my man was Superman. You get me? Some mythology in that. You know what I mean? But he said, no, dude. Jesus is real, man.
But this guy is a historian by profession. Any historian, even an atheist, would have done the same thing they're doing to Billy right now. It's just basic academia. When you have the evidence to hand, like you wouldn't make silly claims like he didn't exist or he didn't get crucified. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to say,
To you,
brother.
by the way. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to sound smart for a second.
I have that papyrus at home.
Oh, that's
Yeah, so I'll show you this. So the documents you actually see on my bookshelf behind me are facsimile papyri that I've made. So when I was in Egypt last summer, I went and I got made for me some papyrus sheets. And so I take these papyrus sheets, which are made from the papyrus plant. And then when I go and I look at actual manuscripts, so I was at the University of Philadelphia last summer, and I went and I saw a document called P1, which is a 3rd century fragment of the beginning of the Gospel of Matthew. And so what I did is I sat down with that original and I produced a facsimile. So I copied the text. First of all, I cut it out with an X-Acto knife in not the original 3rd century one on my papyrus. I cut out with an X-Acto knife this guy, and then I copied the text transcriptionally on the front and the back. So papyrus is just simply, it's what it's made out of.
Yeah.
And so there's categorizing systems, and the standard one is called the Gregory Alland categorizing system. And so sometimes you'll see when manuscripts are mentioned, they'll have a GA and then a number behind it. If it's made of papyrus, you simply abbreviate the word papyrus to P, and then you have the numbering system. So P66, what I showed you earlier, that's this on the categorizing system. It's the 66th manuscript that was put into the system. It's from the Gospel of John. I also have, P46 and P47 on my shelf, which includes all 4 Gospels and Acts from the 2nd and 3rd centuries. So the only hesitation I have with what you said, Billy, is that we have single copies of the Gospels that can be dated to the 2nd century that all do have the crucifixion. And so if we're relying on something like the Gospel of Barnabas, which is not just like, it's not that there's debate about it, it's that it's a known forgery. I mean, no one's referring to the Gospel of Barnabas as anything other than.
If you say it's a known forgery and expert, I'm going to go with that. Let's talk about the Old Testament a little bit, leading up into the New Testament.
Hold on, because do you mind if I address the Gospel of Jesus' wife?
Hold on, bro.
Yeah, let's run to the Old Testament, man.
You know why this is frustrating? You know why this is frustrating, right? And you're gonna see in the video after when he explains what happened. He's gonna say, "Oh, I wasn't well, whatever," right? He said these things millions of times before this debate. So this is his rhetoric. But if this guy could speak for 10 seconds, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and shut down his whole thing just like that, and he says, "Okay, let's move on." Like, whoa! You made money off those statements. You did classes on those statements. You made a living off those statements. And now you're just going to throw that away in 5 minutes?
No, but that's the thing, though. Sometimes it's best to stay quiet before you fuck up the whole thing. It's at the end of the day, I hear what you're saying. He made money off those statements. But if he keeps his mouth quiet to some degree without making a fool of himself, he can still probably retain the money that he made,
Yeah. He was trying to jump the preaching and switch it up to take it a new direction. And he's like, no, I haven't. Do you mind if I just address your other claim first? To do with Mary, Jesus' mother's Gospels.
He's way out of depth. He's never done a debate with an actual historian. He's never done an actual debate with an historian. He's out of depth.
I don't even know the guy debating him, but I know that there are a lot of people that's waiting to get Billy's head. It's ridiculous how many people's after him, boy. So he needs to be careful what arena he steps into, because this almost looks like a setup, to be honest.
Yeah, but you wait till you hear his response. It's even funnier.
Okay. Shit.
This man made his wife.
Not in this. After we've watched this, what he's come back and said in response to all what happened, it's funny.
Got you.
The sad thing about it is, most of the time when Billy Carson speaks, there's no one there on this guy historian's level to fact check it. So people just eat it up. He says things that sound entertaining. He's on this sci-fi, alien, Star Wars shit, and no one corrects him. And then everyone just eats it up. But never have I seen this kind of smoking where there's someone there that knows their shit and pulls them up on what he's saying. Never have I seen this.
But he makes his own copies. I mean, this man's quite anal.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, Jupiter?
So he takes everything right down to the finest tuning. He's making his own copies, cutting them out with a little knife, done all the stenciling himself, and then framed it and put it on the bookshelf.
He's working. Yeah, he's working.
Yeah.
You can see it. I like people like that. They show up and they make it look good,
Yeah, he looks at minutia. Yeah, so
I've never heard anyone being described as anal, but yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, play.
Sure, go ahead.
What was her name again? I'm like trying to write notes like I know what I'm doing, but I'm just curious.
So the Gospel of Jesus' wife doesn't actually mention. So oftentimes what happens is that the text of the Gospel of Jesus' wife is kind of paralleled with the Gospel of Philip, which mentions that that Jesus would kiss Mary Magdalene on the mouth. And so those are kind of used in parallel to kind of for this argument, that Jesus was married. So the Gospel of Jesus' wife is in the Harvard Library. However, the reason we know it's also not legitimate is because even though the manuscript, the papyrus that it's on, was carbon dated to the 4th century, the text was actually copied from a PDF version of the Gospel of Thomas, known as Grandin's Interlinear, and there was a mistake in the Coptic text of Grandin's Interlinear that was copied into the Gospel of Jesus' wife. So we know that this is not a legitimate document, even though the papyrus is ancient, and this happens a lot with forgeries. I have a couple of friends who have actually worked on projects that have revealed forgeries within Dead Sea Scroll manuscripts and within.
Hey, that's quite deep what he just said there. Do you know how many translations that's gone through? Right, this guy's kind of bringing it to the
He's telling
table.
us about translations we never heard of.
Exactly, but no, but listen though, Jed. He mentioned the Coptics, and I've been studying those folks, right? Because they're quite deep. They're actually in tune with the how would you call it? Astronomy. Their religion is kind of a based around astronomy, right? But they also bring in the new year, right? Around 9/11, right? And you know what happened around 9/11? That's when the new year comes in for them. They celebrate for the 9/11, right? So that's quite deep still. That's
You know
quite
what's
deep.
interesting about this? He's claiming that that forgery was copied from a PDF file. So it's like it's not even like, oh, he's just saying that. Like, it's undisputably a forgery. That's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And it's been changed, altered as well. It's not exactly been changed for the good. It's been changed probably for the, this deception.
Other ancient Christian papyri. But the reason why we know the Gospel of Jesus' wife and that Karen King, who kind of vouched for it and she lost a lot of credibility, unfortunately, for her, and she's admitted that it's a fake as well, was because we can tie it directly to not copying from an ancient text, but actually copying from an online version of the Gospel of Thomas in a PDF form. And the mistake on that PDF form was copied into the text that was borrowed in the phraseology of Jesus' wife. So I just point that out is, once again, with our sourcing, I think we need to make sure that we're going towards not just early sources, but actually credible sources. And unfortunately, neither the Gospel of Barnabas nor the Gospel of Jesus' wife are credible sources in terms of actually, and agreed upon by not just the vast majority of scholarship, but I don't know anybody in the field of papyrology, paleography, historiography, who actually refers to these documents as being legitimate.
That's fair enough. I can respect that. So let's go into the Old Testament a little bit. Predominantly, from my research, I discovered that a lot of information from the Enuma Elish and the 7 tablets of creation is
important.
A lot of the.
All right.
Do you know why this is important?
Big
You
up
know why
High
this
Priest
is
if you're
important?
watching, man. High Priest, if you're watching, you couldn't denounce Jesus in front of your mum. I love that. That was funny. He was under pressure, boy. Under pressure. Man couldn't answer.
You know why
Man started talking about, where's the bones?
You know why this one's important?
Mommy was,
Mommy
was like, yeah,
the part of this debate is important. Do you know why? Because I've had these discussions many times where
again,
people
bro?
say, can you hear me? Is there a delay? I think there's a bit of delay.
I can hear you.
Okay. I was gonna say the part of this debate is really important, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm sure you remember many conversations I've had with people when they say, oh, the Bible was copied from Epic of Gilgamesh. The Bible was copied from Enuma Elish. The Bible was copied from...
Yeah. I'm
right?
one of them.
Well, let's let the expert, since Zuli chat shit, let's let the experts have a go at it, yeah? Let's see what this guy says. Let's see what he says about that. Let's see.
He's loving it. Yo.
Shifa, big up yourself.
Shifa, shalom, bro.
Shalom, and big up, big. Let me turn down my mic. Wow, I'm powerful. Hold up, big up.
Shifa in the building.
Good convo as well, man. This is interesting. I'm listening.
What side do you want, Shifa? What side do you want, bro? What side do you want?
What do you mean, what side am I on? I'm on the side of the Most High.
Okay, bro. Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure, bro. Just making sure, you know.
The Most High.
This guy's using my evidence to try and
in Genesis, a lot of the creation story that comes into Genesis, not all of it, but because obviously it's a smaller, Genesis is a much smaller version of a much bigger story. But it's literally almost word for word from the Enuma Elish and the 7 tablets of creation. The Epic of Atrahasis as well is also there in the Old Testament. Several other tablets as well, Code of Hammurabi and a few others have made it into that text. Sumerian cylinder scrolls that talk about the creation story. Again, the creation story in the Epic of Atrahasis. And so we tend to see this copying of ancient tablets, text, and scriptures, even some papyruses, into the biblical text. Meaning that
he just did right.
My point here is that I think a lot of people are saying that this information was written in real time. A lot of people believe that. If you ask the average person, they really believe that. But a lot of this information is just copied from older tablets and texts from an earlier date. That's what I have found. That it's made it into the canonized Bible, but they never reference that they got it from any other ancient texts and tablets that have to do with a totally different civilization with totally different religious beliefs.
Yeah, have you read the Enuma Elish?
Yeah, I've done lectures.
Sure. Do you mind summarizing the content of the creation account in the Enuma Elish for us?
Sure. The Enuma Elish is a very ancient text discovered in the Library of Ashurbanipal, and the summary of it is that it really gives us an account, which is crazy, an astronomical account of the creation of our solar system. It talks about planets and moons gaining specific orbits around the sun. It talks about a huge planet named Tiamat, 4 to 6 times larger than Earth. Earth didn't exist at the time that this, according to the author of this text, which is pretty interesting. And then there talks about a nemesis of sorts. In the original version, it's called Nibiru, but in a more recent version, still thousands of years old, the name was changed to Marduk. Marduk is in the Jewish American Library, in the biblical text, in the Torah, and so forth. Very popular figure in ancient times in the religious books and text. Marduk wanted to be the destroyer, so Marduk is the one that during its next orbit towards Tiamat, crashed into Tiamat and destroyed Tiamat. A huge chunk of it swung away, recoalesced, taking the water, land, and organic material, which basically recoalesced as our planet here, Earth. And the rest of it broke up into pieces. Some of it turned into the asteroid belt. Other parts of it were thrown towards the sun, and some were thrown towards the inner Oort cloud, towards the outer edge of the solar system. This planet, or this moonlet that orbited supposedly a brown dwarf, based on the description of it, gained a very strange orbit around our sun. And we have the scientific evidence now also to match with NASA's data, where we see that Saturn and I believe Neptune switch places. Uranus is flipped on its side, and that's more evidence that something came through our solar system in ancient times and gravitationally really tugged at planets here and switched up their orbits and even pulled the axis of a planet on its own side, where the equator is now running north and south. So a little bit of modern astrophysics kind of backs up what this ancient text is saying. But the Enuma Elish also then begins to talk about the fact that these beings, it kind of cuts into the fact that these beings, are on Earth and at some point begin to engage mankind. In other words, they didn't create people from scratch, but they engaged the existing hominid and began to utilize us as workers for their workforce. In the Atrahasis epic, you see a much similar story, slightly later date period, but still thousands of years old, the Epic of Atrahasis. And we see a very similar story. And we see where the sons of God literally came down to Earth. They came from Mars, according to this text. If you read the translation of the planet Mars and to English. And then they went to battle. They were going to go to battle in South Africa against Enki and Lil Anu. And they come to terms without going to battle. They argued that they needed women, human women, believe it or not. And they also wanted a workforce. They didn't want to continue to do the labor. They were cleaning out the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, digging canals, building cities on Earth, and according to the text on Mars, not according to me. And a decision was made by Enki and Anu and Enlil to allow this experiment to happen, where they would take the existing hominid here, they would slay one of the gods, meaning that they would, in my opinion, that doesn't mean that they're going to kill it, but somehow some type of genetic modification or manipulation, in my personal opinion, that's my personal hypothesis. But in the end, it ends up being that human beings are now doing a lot of this labor and worshiping these people as gods, as they, my personal opinion, masqueraded as gods. A lot of stories there, parallel stories that you see in the Bible, even the Tower of Babel incident and many other crazy stories that are in the Bible. You can find a lot of those true stories in the ancient text, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, where you can find the true story of Noah. They found the Noah tablet to give him instructions on how to build the ark. It wasn't a big boat. It was a round disc that he built with the sections cut up on the inside like a pie. That was discovered about 4 or 5 years ago. I believe it's at the British Museum now. So there's a lot of text that's just been covered and copied over into the biblical text. And I think that, in my personal opinion, a lot of people are just became a cargo cult. Worshiping.
Am I hearing someone laughing?
Sorry.
I'm hearing man bending up, you know.
My bad.
People that were masquerading as gods. I do believe in God.
Oh shit,
Let me
Jed,
make
one
this clear. I believe in God.
second, bro. But I was paused. I didn't even realize. Hey, there's been a few things that you said that's that I liked what I've heard. Where can I get the original of this?
What was he doing about the epic of the Elisha Lush? Gilgamesh.
The Enuma Elish.
The Antros.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just type it into Google.
And by the way, most of what he said is not in those texts. I've got a copy of the Epic of Gilgamesh. None of what he said is in that, by the way.
No, it's not in the epic. It's in the
There's nothing about planets smashing into other planets. None of that shit.
Yeah, no. That's not in the Epic of Gilgamesh. It's in the Enuma Elish and the creation tablets. Yeah.
Not in that either. No planets crashing into planets.
Yeah, there's several tablets, and that's part of it. But yeah, you're right. It's not in the actual creation one. But
It's
yeah,
not,
it does.
It's not in any
There
of them.
is.
There's no sci-fi heliocentric stuff in any of that.
Which one is it in then? Which one is it in, Dupes?
I don't know what it's called. I'll have to go back and have a look. But yeah, honestly, there is a tablet that talks about the planets and their orbits and everything else. There's even an interstellar star map that they've got in cuneiform.
Yeah, and there's no mention of planets. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've got copies.
Yeah,
of
there
these.
is, and Zechariah Stitchin is another one that talks about it as well.
Okay. I mean, we'll wait for the evidence. Maybe you can show us after this.
Yeah,
I believe in it. There's a creator of the universe. I believe that the mathematics, the quantum physics, all proves that. The fact that we're here, I believe this universe is imbued with a divine energy and a divine spark that lives inside of all of us. I just don't believe that the God of the Bible is truly the creator of the universe. I don't think that God needs money. I don't think that God needs.
Sure. Do you mind if I just jump in here for a second? Because I think we've kind of gone on from the original question. Sure. I appreciate that. I do have a few issues with your summary, although I think I have read the Akkadian version. My Akkadian's not great, but I sat down with a Syriologist friend and we walked through it a couple of years ago. So I think that there are components of what you said that I would say are in there. I'm not sure it's the best summary. Nonetheless, okay, going with what you said that there were like verbatim parallels with the biblical creation story. Even just going off with what you said, which I think there are components of that I would agree with, the Battle of the Gods, the concept of Enki and the younger gods, and they fight Tiamat, and then Marduk, who swears he'll defeat Tiamat, and Quenku, who kills Tiamat by shooting her with an arrow, and there's this big battle, and then the gods that die end up being the earth and the sky and even us, because we are the end result of that battle. I'm just curious, when you say that there are not just parallels, but there's actual copying, looking at Genesis chapter 1 and 2, where the creation story is summarized in the Bible, what are the actual kind of parallels there that you're looking to? Because as someone who's read both, I not only do I not find parallels, I actually, and this is the majority of ancient Near Eastern scholarship with me, think that Genesis chapter 1 is actually an apologetic against documents like the Enuma Elish. So what are the parallels there?
Separated the waters from the waters, for example. That's in the Enuma Elish, and that's also in the biblical text.
Okay, that I would agree is a parallel. The only reason I highlight that is that if you're making this the argument, because if you brought it up, and I mean this with all due respect, there are superficial parallels. I would agree. You know, the separation of the water, the concept of the earth being formless and void. That's also in the Enuma Elish. However, I think all the other details, you know, it's the details that make the difference. And if we're looking at not the superficial crossovers, but the actual themes and concepts of what it's saying, you don't have a creation within 7 days.
The Bible's not going to take the Enuma Elish and put it into the biblical text. There are certain words that they utilize that let me know that they copied it from that text. Like, for example, it's separating the water from the waters, the void, the earth being void. That information is literally just copied over. So it tells you that somebody saw that and said, let me add it to this book right here, or let me add it to the scripture or this papyrus, because it wasn't a book yet at that time.
So
was this text discovered that makes it parallel to Genesis? Was this like?
So what we're saying is the Elish is the copy that they have is older than the earliest copy of the Bible that they have. Is basically what they're saying, right?
Yeah. But the problem with I was gonna say the problem when it comes to dating, and I'm not gonna say that the Genesis is older. I'll never say that, but I would say that if we're gonna base on the oldest fragment or scroll of Genesis, then that's not entirely accurate, because we know there was oral transmission before it was written down. So there is some ambiguity as to actually how old the Torah is. So we can't even safely say it's 4,000 years or whatever. It could even be much older. And we know the Israelites existed before the book was written down. So what were they believing? What were they telling each other before they wrote it down?
So the Jews, didn't they believe in a pantheon of gods at one point before they decided?
That was during the king's period, the monarchical period, when they fell away from worshipping the one God.
Yeah. And that pantheon of gods would tie into what they find in the cuneiform writings of the people that he calls gods with a small g. So that these were people that were meant to be Anunnakis and stuff like that. He's wrong to say that it's identical to what's in Genesis. But what you do find in Genesis is stuff that you can overlap and a sort of like condensed version. So there are similarities. There are. So there is another story, for example. They explain there's a story that on the cuneiform that explains the Garden of Eden, why there was a Garden of Eden, the two offspring that were Adam and Eve, and their story is completely different. It's nothing about eating a forbidden fruit. The forbidden fruit comes later on in another story on another cuneiform, which was meant to be the offspring of this lineage, that he was taken up to this outer space place, another planet, but he wasn't allowed to eat while he was there, because if he did, he would gain knowledge. That's kind of all been interpreted into the Bible. This is what he's saying, that there's a lot of stuff that you find on these cuneiform that's been sort of like remastered or condensed or put into the book. And the God of the Bible seems to take on the personality of a blend of Enki and Enlil.
Oh my goodness. Can I respond to this, please?
Yeah, go on.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
So from what we clearly heard, right, the Enuma Elish was found during the reign of King Ashpenal, right? This was a king after the time of Moses, after the time of when Genesis would have been written down. Because what you find with a lot of these texts, such as the Enuma Elish and the Epic of Gilgamesh, which I've got a copy of, a lot of these texts were found in fragments and not the complete version of the story until thousands of years later. So yes, you might have a verse from the Epic of Gilgamesh that's older than the Bible, but the complete copy of the Epic of Gilgamesh, you only find that later on when you go into the Akkadian.
Yeah, we're not talking about the Epic of Gilgamesh.
The reason why that's important, and it's not just the Epic of Gilgamesh, even the Enuma Elish as well. The reason why that's important is those parallels that you're seeing, if there is any, because from what we can clearly see in the video, there's very little parallels. Though even those small parallels we're seeing, the complete
So,
version,
what they actually found wasn't fragments. There was
Let me finish.
some that were
Let me
broken,
finish.
but there were
Jupiter,
some that were not.
Jupiter, let me finish. The problem you're gonna have is you're comparing the complete version of the Lumiere leash. You're not comparing the original copy of the Lumiere leash because you don't have the original copy because you only have fragments. This is the problem with comparing the Bible and the Lumiere leash or the Epic of Gilgamesh or any of these texts. The earliest copies of these texts are only fragmental. They're not complete copies of the whole thing. That's the problem you're gonna have.
Right, that's your opinion, and that's all
No,
it is, an opinion. Because they have got some because they've got also, I don't know what they're called, the little seals that where they demarcate it, and then you're supposed to put them on top of the clay and roll them, and then it gives you the whole text. What they called scrolls? Would they call them scrolls as well?
Called cylinders.
Yeah, the little cylinder thing.
Yeah, the cylinders. They've got all the cylinders, which doesn't have any text missing. So
And
they've got.
what's the date? What's the date for those cylinders?
I don't know. I wouldn't be able to quote.
Yeah,
you
that's
that,
that's the argument I was making, Jupiter.
What I'm
That's
telling you is
that's
that they
cylinder
found
that
these
takes
all in the light. Yeah, but what I'm telling you is that you can't date stone. So how are you saying that? The only way that they can date it is by stuff that's around it or what they're made out of. So if the cylinders were made out of wood, for example, then they'd be able to date it. But you wouldn't be able to date stone. So when you say that definitively that it's younger than the Bible, you can't prove that.
I never
you
said
can't prove that.
I don't think you even heard what I said. I never said that the Lumiere leash is younger than the Bible. I said the complete narrative and story of the Lumiere leash, as we know it today, the earliest copy of it, the fully version of it, without not fragmental, that's after the Genesis and the Exodus and these books are written. The earliest fragments of it, yes, are older, but the complete copy of the story, the whole story, is after. And that cylinder that you're referring to that was found in Nineveh, right? This is after the Old Testament, after the time of Moses, after the time of the Torah.
It don't matter when they found it. It was when it was created that's important. And the first thing is that it's not just one cylinder. There's been hundreds of cylinders now from that time. In fact, but there's so much cuneiform stuff in European museums that they've not all been translated, which is why the Oxford University does a free course in it that you can actually learn, be given an actual artifact to break down and translate. When you think you've completed it, you can send it off. They verify it by one of their own translators, and then they will put it there and say that you are the translator, because there is so many that they're inundated. They know so much about the civilization at that time. So it's not just the one tablet. There's so much, and they're still transcribing it as we speak. They're still translating it. Loads of stuff. So it's not even complete. The knowledge is not even complete on these people.
Yeah, I've just typed it in, and it literally says it was found in fragmentary form. Even on the Wikipedia, it says a Lumiere leash was found, and it was dated to be the 2nd millennium BCE, but only in fragmentary form.
Yes, but not all of the creation stories. There are other stories. Did you hear him say the Noah tablet? So there's a tablet. I don't know if that's the actual name of it. But there's a tablet that talks about a story that resembles the Noah story, and that they've got that one. Then there's another tablet that talks about the planetary stuff. Then they've got another tablet about the creation of mankind. Then they've got another story about why they decided that they wanted to create a worker force. There's another tablet. So there's loads of them, and the fact is, even if they're in fragments, what does that prove if some of them are in fragments?
It means you don't have the full narrative until later on. So if you're trying to draw parallels and say this copied from that.
So what if they've got all the complete fragments and they all match together and you can read it in completion?
That's a totally different discussion. But the problem is they don't. That's the problem.
How do you know they don't?
Because you can look it up. I've just looked it up now because I know I'm not chatting shit. I've just looked it up now. The Lumiere leash is the earliest copy of it, 2nd millennium BC, fragmentary form.
Yeah. Okay.
But what do we do with that?
Well, what I would do with it is look at. You can't age it. If it was written down in cuneiform, and you've got to look at the time the cuneiform was used in that area, and then you realise that the cuneiform was only used with a certain civilization at a certain time period, then you would understand that stonework was put down before the Bible was written.
It means
It's as simple as that.
it means people are adding to the story later on, and we don't have the original copy of that story. That's what that means.
Yeah, well, I don't think we've got the considering the Bible is not a complete
Just
book.
look up the stories they
Yeah, but
found in
considering the Bible is not a complete book, it's a hand-picked selection of what men wanted to put into a book. I don't know how you can say anything about
Don't try and
completion.
reflect. No, Jupiter. Don't reflect. Your claim is that these texts are older. The more valid the Bible copied from it. That's the first point you're making. I'm just simply saying to you.
I'm saying that there's stories within the Bible that also can be found in ancient Sumeria. Yes, absolutely.
Let's just play the video because you're not providing any evidence for what you're saying. I'm tired of listening to pseudo rubbish anymore. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. The time is up now. The time is up for pseudo people, bro. The time is up.
Yeah.
Let's play the video.
Bad man. Bad man, Tim.
The time is up, man.
It's up. You said your time is.
You know what I mean? No more of this just waffle with no evidence. I'm tired of this shit, man.
Oh, goodness.
Let Billy Carson be an example of what happens.
Jeez. So yeah, time is up.
Yeah, can we play the video? Hello?
Like supposedly discovered prior to. I'm just curious.
It wasn't discovered prior to the Bible, but it dates back long before the Bible was ever written.
Okay.
So
Together.
let me just say this. So the reason why I say it's actually an apologetic against that is because the purpose of the Enuma Elish, which the Babylonians read every Babylonian New Year, was to point out the fact that the deities, and there's countless deities in the Babylonian pantheon, they actually come from the created order. So they're not outside of time and space. They actually come from the created order. And when they die in this battle, right, when Tiamat is defeated, the defeated gods become the earth and the sky and the plants and even you and me. And in that sense, the theme is that you don't actually have any purpose or end result. And you're not created in the image of God. In fact, in the ancient Babylonian system, only the kings were created in the image of God. And what we see that is counter to that is that even, sure, there's superficial, divided the waters, but we find that in almost every society and culture. That's not a parallel as much as it's just a generality. I would say what we see within the biblical account is that God purposefully creates. There's only one God. He purposefully creates, and then he creates and it's good. And it continues to say it's good 7 times. And then at the end of chapter 1, just for, the thick people in the original audience, it says, and then it was very good. And then he creates humanity, not kings, but simply the humans that he creates in God's image. And they have purpose and meaning, and that instills them with this creation order. And that's not what we find in the Enuma Elish. In fact, we find the opposite in the Enuma Elish, is that the created order is not good. It's a mistake. And that you are not created in the image of God. And there's a reminder that regular people are not created in the image of God. So linguistically, Hebrew does have Semitic ties with Akkadian. Doesn't with Sumerian. Sumerian is a language isolate, agglutinizing language. But I would say, just with all due respect, the parallels linguistically are not there. There might be superficial kind of concepts that are there, but they're so superficial that we can find them in everything. In the sense of, I'm in an office studio, you're in your office studio. That doesn't mean that that we're the same people or we're even in the same place. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I don't agree with that. I just see if I have all these texts out, there's a lot of different information that you can see. There's a lot of it's been copied word for word into the biblical text. In your version of what you believe in, you keep saying that God's a he.
Yeah.
And so where do you get that from?
Well, throughout both the Hebrew Old Testament and the Greek New Testament, you have the masculine singular pronoun used for God.
And why is God a man? Where's the evidence of this?
Well, God isn't a man. See, within historical Christianity, we don't believe that God has a gender. However, the way that he has decided to reveal himself is through the masculine plural, and then ultimately by becoming a human in the person of Jesus Christ. So we don't believe that God has a gender. In fact, the fact that God creates humanity in his image and he creates them male and female, those are two aspects of the image of God. And so that's the completeness. So historical Christianity has never argued that God is gendered. Jesus is gendered in the sense that during the incarnation, he becomes a human man, but he's still fully man and fully God. But God is spirit. And right, as the scripture says, we worship him in spirit and in truth. And but nobody's arguing that. What's that? Sorry?
That always blows my mind.
God
too.
is the same all the time, right? He's always good. It's always God is all the same all the time, right?
But we do see that in scripture, God has revealed himself through the masculine plural, and there are aspects of God's character that we see
can we stop there
within
a minute,
scripture
Jedi?
that do actually communicate. Jesus says that he.
Good place.
Right.
To stop.
So the point that Billy's trying to make there, and I don't think he's making it very well. Maybe he's going to come back on him. Is what I was saying, where it appears that the Bible has actually amalgamated the two personas of the two gods, Enki and Enlil. So you will find that their arguments that they have over the creation of the worker force and everything else that has been put down in cuneiform, that actually some of the, like when they say that God is a jealous God, but on the one hand, he's supposed to be a really nice person that's benevolent, all loving, all giving, and it don't match up. Or why would he create evil? All these kind of questions that the ordinary Christian or Abrahamic faith believer gets asked. Well, the cuneiform kind of explains that, because you can see the personalities that have been amalgamated in the stories when you actually read them. So that's what he's alluding to. You're saying that God's a good God, but he gave instructions for war, this, that, and the other. Whereas these same instructions for war and over the same similar things can be found in the stories that the Sumerians had. So that's what he's alluding to.
Yeah, I'd just like to respond to the claim about God created evil and the jealous God. So to begin with, the God created evil, but that's in Isaiah. It doesn't actually say he created evil. I can actually read the Hebrew. If you go into the Hebrew, it uses the word hara. And depending on the context, the word can mean evil, but in that specific context, it actually means calamity. And you can actually look at the biblical commentary on that passage, and as well as the Hebrew scholars that also admit that the word there is calamity. Actually, when you look at other translations of the Bible, other than the KJV, it doesn't use the word evil. Almost every other translation uses words like calamity, violence, punishment. Because the context of the verse.
But why would an all-loving, benevolent, good God teach people to be like that?
So the benevolent God cannot enact punishment and justice upon evildoers.
Yeah, but why would he need to create evil at all so that he has to punish?
It doesn't say. This is the point I'm making. It doesn't say he created evil. This is the point.
Okay, so he created everything, but not evil. So who created evil?
Evil isn't a force. Evil is just rebellion against divine law. And by making a being that can free will, that can choose, that is a inevitability, or that is.
But what would be the need to do that, though?
Because if you want to share consciousness with other beings that can love and are autonomous, they need to have the ability to be able to deny you as well, because they'll be robotic. It won't be true love. If they can't.
I think it's a slippery slope saying. I think it's a slippery slope giving God the power to create. He created good. Are you denying that? So what's the other translation? If it's not good and evil, what is it? Because you said violence, or you mentioned a wider range of. So what was the counter to that? What was the good?
I can pull it up.
What was the real? What was the? Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you?
Yeah, I understand.
Because unless you're saying it was good, God created good and violence. Is that what you're saying? Or otherwise, then I feel like the word good must have been substituted too.
It's in the sense of like, I can give blessings to people, I can give goodness to people, and I can punish and bring calamity and downfall to people. That's the context of the passage. It's not to say good as in a good force, evil as in an evil force. So for example, if God brings a plague on somebody, to them it's an evil, it's a bad thing. But it's not evil in the sense of an evil force like demons or evil or sin. It's not in that sense.
So you don't believe evil's not a thing. Evil doesn't exist. Evil's not a thing.
No, evil is an action. It's a rebellion. Sin, the word sin or iniquity means transgression against the law, against divine law. So did God make people with the ability to rebel? Yes, undeniable. But evil within itself isn't a force or a thing, at least in the biblical idea. Evil is just rebellion against God. That's what evil is.
Right.
And I'm going to
Gave
share
you
my
the ability to rebel.
Yeah.
That was a good one. Yes,
I've got the Hebrew for that. I've learned Hebrew, you know. I can read Hebrew, you know. I can read Hebrew now, like fully.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you now. Boom. There's my screen. I'm hoping my screen doesn't crash or anything. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
All right. So in the Hebrew it reads Yotzer or Ubrei Choshek Oshe Shalom Uborei Ra Ani Adonai Ose Kal Ele. So the word we're looking at is the word evil, right? Let me read it in English first before I do that. In English it reads, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil.
So he did
I
create
will
it.
do all these things. And this is the KJV.
So he did create it.
Hold on. This is the KJV version of the Bible I'm reading. Can we all agree? Can you see the KJV up there? We can all agree, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Before I even go on to the actual Hebrew word, let's just go to a different translation. Let's go to the CSB, which is another good translation. People usually like that one. Let's go to the CSB. In the CSB, it reads, I form light and create darkness. I make success and create disaster. I am the Lord who does all these things. Let's go to another translation. Let's go to NIV.
Okay.
Let's go to NIV.
Is this disasters negative or positive?
I form the light and create darkness. I bring prosperity and create disaster. I, the Lord, do all these things. Okay, so I think I've proven my point. Now let's
No,
go
you
to
haven't. Is disaster a negative or positive word? Would you say disasters are positive?
Why does it have to be a positive thing?
Because for something to be good, it has to be positive. You can never have a negative thing as positive as good.
Okay, but if he's bringing disaster and punishing evildoers, then it's justice, and justice is a good thing. So what point are you
But
making?
how can there be evil and evildoers if there's no such thing as evil? Because evil's not even created.
Again, evil is just rebellion against divine law. So are there
No,
rebellion?
that's your words. I never saw rebellion anywhere here.
Okay, so let's look at what the word sin is. Because when we say evil, we're talking about sin. What does sin or iniquity mean, right?
No, when we're talking
No,
about
hold on,
evil,
hold
we're
on, hold
talking
on, hold on.
about a lot more
No,
than sin.
Wait. One thing, there's one flaw to this, which is what is the Hebrew word that is being used here? What is
hara.
that word?
The word is ra.
What?
Ra.
Ra. And
See?
that means
bad, evil, disagreeable.
I can't see your
malignant. Can you see my screen?
So it means evil, bro.
No,
it
that's
means
not the
evil,
only.
bro.
No, brother. Look at all these
No,
other.
come on, bro. What are you doing?
And no, it doesn't mean evil.
Yeah, go through them. What are they?
And there's another trick as well. I'm going to show you after. But yeah, look at this, right? Bad, evil, disagreeable, malignant, displeasing, bad of value, bad of kind, worse than, sad, unhappy, evil, bad, vicious in disposition, bad, evil, wicked, ethically, in general of persons, of thoughts, deeds, actions, masculine noun. So this is just the masculine way of saying the same thing, the feminine way of saying the same thing. But then now, when we look at,
bro,
when we look, hold on.
Wait, 1 second. Oh.
Let's look at Isaiah. Let's look at the actual form of the word, because in Hebrew, some words, the meaning of the word changes depending on the form and the context in which it's used in the passage. So, for example, the one that I just read now is Isaiah 45, verse 7. Isaiah 45, verse 7. And it says there, Isaiah 45, verse 7, I form a create. This is the one that we just read now, right? It's the same one used here, right? And it's the same one used here, the same form used there, and it's the same form used here. So now when we look at the meaning of the word, they even say here calamity, adversity, distress. So the meaning of the word changes when it's used in the specific context and when it has a specific form. So there's words around that word ra that changes what that word means. So ra
So
isn't
if
just
if we're to accept that, Zulu,
Yeah.
what you've brought forward here isn't I create good and I create evil. It says I create light and I create dark.
What? No, that's before that.
Because you've
Remember.
got to look at the context.
Okay,
if you're
what's the
saying if you're saying it's creating light and it's creating darkness, you can't write that's because they're the actual opposites of each other. And when you've got good, the opposite of good is evil, right? So if he creates one, he's creating the other because he creates everything. If you're going to bring calamity, then
Yeah.
what would be the opposite of calamity?
Peace. And guess what word is used?
Right, so there would it would have been a phrase that said I create peace and I bring calamity.
Hold on, Jupiter. Jeds, what's the shalom mean in Hebrew?
Peace.
What does that word say right there? That comes before calamity? Shalom. You see that?
Yeah.
So what's the opposite of peace? Game over.
Yeah, so you're saying that there's only this phrase
Game
in.
over.
Hold on, Zulu. Is there only this part, this one, in the book that you follow? Because you've got other translations there. So why is there other?
But it did have.
I'm going to the Hebrew.
It did have wicked and bad. Hold on. It did have wicked and bad and evil a lot, though, man. I do feel like. But I hear what you're saying in terms of the other words change the meaning, the
Like this is
understanding
undeniable.
of
Yeah,
Ra.
this word is light. Or is light. Choshek is darkness. Undeniable. Shalom isn't good. It means peace. When I say people greet someone with saying shalom, I'm saying peace to them. So if we're going to use your logic, which is correct, to say that if he's creating light and darkness, these are opposites. What's the opposite of peace, Jupiter? Is the opposite of peace evil? Or is the opposite of peace violence, calamity?
Yeah, no. So peace and calamity. So therefore, there's no good then.
But why are we restricting good to one verse? Obviously, the Bible talks about good. The word good in Hebrew is tov. You see that in Genesis 1.
Well, no, what I'm
Yeah,
saying
but
is
good wasn't created.
when he created.
No. What,
Let me finish.
good was good. No, what she's saying is good isn't a thing. Good wasn't created along the same laws of how we're dealing with evil. In that same respect, obviously, good wasn't created. Good's not a thing. It's an action or it's a state of being.
Yeah, if you're saying that God didn't create evil, he
will.
can't have created good, because you can see quite clearly here that when the scriptures are there, there's a balance.
Can you see this word here? This is in Genesis 1. Every time God created something, he said it was good. So it was good. This is NIV. It's not KJV.
So even bad things he thought was good. Even darkness he thought was good. Even calamity he thought was good.
No. Let me just... The verse that I just read, when I read it for the first time in the KJV, good, evil, that's not what it says in the Hebrew. The KJV is not the best translation of the Bible. It's actually one of the worst. This is why I had to take time to learn the Hebrew. I'm seeing some dodgy things in the KJV. Dodgy things. I don't even want to say certain things that I've seen in the New Testament as well. I'm like, yo, this is so sus. So the KJV is cooked. That's what I'm telling you. When I went to the Hebrew, I wasn't seeing all of that stuff I was seeing in the KJV.
Yeah, that's by the by. We're arguing over this good and evil. You're saying that the good is spoken about in the rest of the scriptures, and it's in line with everything it creates is good. So every time he creates something, it's good. So calamity is good now, yeah?
What are you talking about?
You are the one who verbatim 2 seconds ago said there isn't a text.
Wait, let me go 1 second, Duke. Let me go. You've just said, you've just confessed that God created calamity and tragedy, disaster. Yeah?
Right.
You've just read that verse.
Right.
And then also you've now quoted that everything God made was good.
in the beginning before the fall,
So
right?
she's saying, so is calamity, disaster, and evil good? Because in whatever way you want to slice it, God's created those things. So if the two things are to both exist, then the conclusion would be that if everything God makes is good, then he believes that tragedy is good.
Not necessarily,
good.
Because the disaster, tragedy, violence, these are all consequences of the fall when iniquity was introduced. So there wasn't disaster and tragedy before.
Either way.
So when I say the
and
word,
another thing is, another thing is, hold on, and another thing is, God saying everything he created is good is actually a lie, because God created things and regretted that he created them and wanted to wipe them off the face of the earth. Boom.
No, that's not true, because the state at which they were when he made them, it was good. So that is a correct thing to say, that it was good.
No. Don't rewrite what. No, wait 1 second though. Don't rewrite what he said. He actually said he regretted. It was a lament to him that he created it. That's the words, cuz.
Which
So
interestingly
let's not say
also
that about
comes from Sumerian.
No, but that's
There's
after the
also,
fall.
There's also a story in the
it was
Sumerians. See what I mean?
No.
That where they say they created the worker force and then regretted it because too many of them were making too much noise, like the Tower of Babel story that comes along in the Bible. You know, they had a consensus of what they were going to do, and they realized that there was going to be a natural disaster coming, and rather than warning mankind, they'd just go and save themselves, the gods with a small g, and that they would watch from above as this disaster came across the earth. And after, as it was happening, some of them were lamenting that they shouldn't have done that. And then afterwards, they found that there were some survivors, a bit similar to the Bible. You know, there were some survivors, and you know, these people. But one of them got saved because one of them was of their own lineage through sex outside of what they were supposed to be permitted, and his lineage went down and down and down and created their version of Noah. And these stories are all in the Sumerian texts. And this is why it's very similar to the Bible, and that's what Billy Carson is saying.
Well, like I said, I've read some of those texts, and I've not seen as direct parallels as you're making. And the parallels I do see, I would expect to see, because the accounts that the Bible is professing is supposed to be actual accounts of what happened. And if that is the case, then I would expect neighboring civilizations to have some similarities if the Bible is true. If the Bible isn't true, then I should see no similarities in any other account from any other group of people. But we see some similarities, but the differences are big. And those differences are narrative differences. Not only just narrative differences, but differences in the nature of the being.
Okay, so is it a coincidence that the Unleash speaks about separating the waters?
No, because
is that a coincidence that the Bible?
Almost all of them.
What do you mean, all the other ones?
Even in the video.
Okay, so it's my question. My question still stands, though. You know what I'm saying?
No, but the point I made,
if anything, it even compounds my question even more. Like, is this a coincidence, cuz?
It's not a coincidence.
Why are they all starting like this?
Because they're pointing to the same universal truth.
Why?
Because they're pointing to the same universal truth of how the world was formed, at least in that respect.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I agree. I would agree. That would be my assumption, that there's clearly, as we know, even if you're writing bullshit, you got to weave some truth in it to make it believable. So I would say that it's a clear indication that some of this information is factual. That's why it's in there, because it's just how it went, or it's how it was believed to have gone. You know, I get that.
And the funny thing is that when they, in the end up of those stories so far that we've translated, in the end up, they got so fed up with what they'd created, and they decided they were going to go back to their home planet. They weren't going to take any half beings, so you couldn't take anybody that was like half Sumerian, not half Sumerian, half Earthling, half whatever they were, right? Because they did intermarry, which is what you will find in Genesis 6, you know, where they say that when they say the sons of God's coming unto the daughters of men, right? That's when they did the that goes back to the Sumerian stories. So that they decided to leave. They were going to leave their offspring.
This
and
man
any of
Wesley,
those,
what's his view? Go on, sorry.
yeah, and any of those that intermarried, like married an earthling or had children with an earthling, they had to decide whether to leave their family behind or go back alone. But what they did do is that they promised that they would come back again. And from that time, they've been waiting for a return, which is very interesting because you're waiting for because Christians are always they're waiting for the return of Jesus. So it's very similar.
This is so foolish. You're literally quoting Zachariah Hitchens, who most scholars say is full of shit.
I'm not just him.
This is the interesting thing, right? I've looked at Zachariah Hitchens' claims, and I've actually read, for example, the Epic of Gilgamesh. I don't see the same sort of sci-fi planets and heliocentric shit that you're talking about.
Right, I did put some stuff in the back.
No, wait, hold on.
I put some stuff in the back here, which is in the Britannica. I've put stuff for you in the Britannica.
Guys, one second, guys. Didn't he, Zachariah Sitchin, sorry, didn't he claim to have translated
the whole thing
himself? Yeah, he translated. So, because I've got his book, yeah, and from way back, bro. I think I might have even had it in like 98, something like that. It's an old ass book. And yeah, he claims that he translated it himself. And this is why he's now it's been mistranslated, so he had to translate it himself to unlock the hidden gems. So this part of his thing is that the way that it's been translated in the mainstream is off. That's part of his whole thing, isn't it? I'm sure.
Majority of scholars say that he's literally making a bunch of shit up. And there's people that know way more about the language and the Akkadian than me, and they can tell you he's wrong here, he's wrong here. Just like what this guy's doing, he can do the same thing with Zachariah Sitchins. And if that's the sole source that Jupiter has for planets and planets crashing into each other and sci-fi shit, then that's a problem. That's your sole source. That one guy.
It's not my sole source. I've been putting stuff in the back for you.
Yeah, but that's none of what you're putting in the back is talking about planets. I've looked at your articles.
Yes, it is. The Britannica one talks about it if you read it.
Yeah, astrology or astronomy, but not saying that these things came from planets and they're crashing into each other and it's alien spaceships. Because remember, Zachariah Sitchin.
Right, so I also put the interstellar star map for you. Which they believe was the map that they used into coming into our universe. So that's there. That's an artifact that actually exists.
Zachariah Sitchins is basically proposing Star Trek and Star Wars. He's imposing that on an ancient civilization. He's imposing that on an ancient civilization that didn't actually believe in those things. The way that
how do you know what they believed?
Because more people more intelligent than you and I and Zachariah Sitchins have actually translated the cuneiform, and it doesn't add up to what he's saying.
Right. So where's your evidence of that? Where it's disputed?
You can you can type it in. Just type it in. Zachariah Sitchins claims versus what the actual thing says. You can read the actual thing and see it doesn't say exactly what Zachariah Sitchins is saying.
I'm not talking about just Zachariah Sitchin. I'm talking about the claims that Billy Carson's claiming it as well. There's a lot of other people claiming it.
So hold on. Billy Carson's another source for you. Have you not seen how he's been getting smoked the last 30 minutes? Is that your source?
He might be wrong on the on some of the scripture, on the Sinai scripture. That doesn't mean he's wrong on everything else.
Oh my god.
There's too much overlapping of stuff.
Oh my gosh.
I would say no, come on, Zulu. Even you can't say because you're wrong on something. You've been wrong, I've been wrong. We all can be wrong, bro. That even on big things. We can all have we can't deal with information like that. We have to still keep the same due process, wait for his claims and knock them down bit by bit, yeah? But we can't say everything he says is shit.
That's a fact. But just you know the difference between
The difference between us and him is we're not claiming to be an authority or to have the secret knowledge or to really know what we're saying. We're humble with our thing. I've been wrong bedtimes. We all corrected each other, but this guy makes money from teaching this shit, and he's an authority. Jupiter just quoted him as an authority alongside Zachariah Sitchins. So, you know what I mean? Like, this guy's an authority. This guy.
Yeah. So there's an actual bloke called Paul Wallace, who's an actual preacher, who was a Christian. He actually studies from his side of things, and he's also come to the conclusion there's a lot to be said in the cuneiform and the ancient cuneiform, and he's written a load of books on it. Yeah.
A random preacher, yeah? What's his qualifications?
I don't know what his qualifications are. Are you a preacher?
Let's play the video. Because
his name's Paul Wallace. Look him up.
We'll play a little bit more of the video, man. You lot hit the like button, please, man. Slap the paper. The link is in the description. I think Silverside's flinging it about. Big up Zulu, big up Dupes for standing the test of time. You know, people ain't got the appetite for it. You have to drop out. But big up to everyone that's jumped on so far. The link is pinned to the top of the chat if you want to join the conversation on the panel side of things. And this is the Wes Huff versus Billy. Sorry, I'm slurring, man. This is the West Huff versus Billy Carson live re-airing of their debate. Yeah, man. It's good so far, man. I've been enjoying it so far. What I would say is Wes was strong at first. This second half of it is becoming a little bit more of a bias stance, just ever so slightly. Still smoking Billy Carson though, but I do believe that he's saying some things just like I believe it's not, and it's getting a bit. But the Jesus thing, I think he fully smoked him 100%. 100%. You get me? This thing about because he's conceded that maybe these things do exist in other texts, and I feel like there's a bit of bias in his stance about it. Remember, he straight away labeled it as surface similarities, right? And I feel like no, it's not necessarily surface similarities if the same wordage, because you used a spelling mistake as an example, just to prove that a word in itself holds weight. Now, even though I know the examples are slightly different, I feel like if there's multiple cases where other texts state certain things and then the older text states it, we could maybe investigate the fact that it could have been plagiarized, copied, or influenced. Even if it's, I feel like he threw that out completely. I'm not really sure. I'm not convinced by Billy Carson at all, though. It's a very weak display of his today.
We still need to watch his damage control after this debate. I'll tell you that.
I know.
He longs to gather Israel like a mother hen collects her chicks. So we see aspects of, the feminine of God, not meaning that God is feminine, but that the image of God reflects both the masculine and the feminine. And that's why when, the two become one flesh, there's a uniting of that reflects the image of God as well within the covenant of marriage.
You actually believe that the majority of Christians really believe that God is not masculine, that God is has both aspects? If you
it's irrelevant what the majority of Christians believe.
On the road, how many would tell you, that God's not a man? They've never been taught this.
Well, I was taught it growing up. I was taught it in when I was a child, when I went to seminary, when I went to Bible college. I was taught it in graduate school. I would say I would say a few things to that. I would say, in one sense, it's irrelevant what the majority of Christians believe, because what historical biblical Christianity articulates is what they should believe. There are Christians who run around saying all sorts of things that are not in conformity to biblical, historical, Orthodox Christianity. And they shouldn't believe that because it's irrelevant. And so if one Christian believes something that is not in line with biblical Christianity, that's on them. So God is not gendered, but he does express through inspired scripture the masculine the masculine pronoun.
That's pretty convenient. For an all-knowing, all-loving God to understand that human beings are going to take that and abuse it to put their boot on the neck of women for eons. It's pretty interesting. Also, I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I mean, so hold on. Let me speak to
Wait,
that
can I
because it
say
is
something there
interesting
real
that.
quick, guys? I have to.
Yeah, sure.
If it was only for the Old Testament, I would have a hard time following a lot of stuff. For me, like we said, putting the boots on women and stuff, it was when Jesus came that when they were literally like, oh, if a woman, you can just accuse a female of having an affair and murder her. And that's like, okay. That he was he just reminds me of anyone that basically challenged everything.
Yep.
And
LGBTQ, basically.
Yep.
people would say that it didn't contradict what's in the Old Testament, but
he reminds you of an LGBTQ activist. I know where you're going with it, bro. I can hear it in your voice.
Yeah, but it's making absolute sense, even though he's saying it in a kind of waffly way, because what he's saying is that they're saying adhere to the Old Testament, but the New Testament is actually Jesus's teachings, right? Which is why a lot of esoterics accept Jesus and everything, right? But Jesus is, for example, stoning somebody for adultery. He said, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." So it basically said, most of you are sinners. You shouldn't be stoning at this woman at all.
Yeah, does it mean that she shouldn't be? Does it mean that she shouldn't be stoned? No, it just means that none of the people doing the punishment are able to do it because they're not blameless. That's all that means.
No, because they're all sinful,
So
and therefore. Okay, what about judge not least you be judged?
Jupiter, please. This is important because there's another instance where Jesus is actually accusing the Pharisees for not actually enacting death penalty on someone. For example, in the Torah, if you curse your parents, that's death penalty. And Jesus actually critiques the Pharisees for not enacting that punishment on someone that cursed their parents. So Jesus isn't against death penalty. Jesus isn't against enacting punishment, but it's the hypocrisy of people thinking that they can do the punishment when they are guilty. Many of those people that wanted to stone her, some of them potentially were even going and sleeping with prostitutes. We know in Josephus's writings, many of the people were sleeping with prostitutes that claimed to be Pharisees and priests and holy people. Just like the Catholic priest today is sleeping with little boys. There was a bunch of hypocrisy.
Yeah, but isn't there question over whether Josephus just made up all that stuff himself in a very clever way, just to insert himself as the try to make it look like he was some kind of God himself? Yes, he did.
No, Josephus isn't the only source, and that's a totally different point. The point I'm making is that this lovey-dovey Jesus...
Is her point correct, though? Is that a thing, though? Her
point is not correct, that Josephus made things up to make himself look good.
There is a school of thought that what he did was not genuine. You know that.
What are you talking about? Give me an example. Right,
let me go find it. Hold on, I'll go find that.
Give me an example from the Antiquities of the Jews, which is the book that I'm referencing, where Josephus basically retells the biblical story starting from Genesis all the way up until the time of Christ. And I don't see where he's making himself up to be a god like you claimed.
He tried to make himself look almost like he was a prophesized person. Yes, he did.
What?
Let me find it.
Have you read the Antiquities of the Jews? Have you read any of his works?
Not loads of them, no, but I have in the past, yeah, but not in that entirety because I got bored. But yes,
this is another Sinai Bible moment. I'm telling you guys.
Okay, if you say so. Just hold on.
We'll wait.
Yeah, keep playing. I've been getting my evidence and putting it in the back for you. And by the way, the last one that I dropped shows you all the stuff that is similar between the Sumerian cuneiform text and the Bible. By the way, it breaks it down a lot better than I ever could. All right, I'll go off and see if I can find the stuff on Josephus.
Thank you, my teacher. All right, let's play the video.
Yeah, big up.
However people were interpreting it, they were believing that they were following the Bible to women can't do this. You stone them if they have an affair or if they're accused of having an affair. And Jesus, as we know, the famous scene when they were about to stone her, he's like, he who hasn't sinned cast the first stone, basically saying no one's perfect. And was the first one that I know of that started like speaking to other tribes and other countries that people weren't supposed to, like they were so racist and prejudiced, and this is where my heart opened up, is like he stood for this love and this God that broke down all these barriers and just flipped what all the scholars and everything was saying on its head. And that's where I found that I believe that he was crucified, because he went so far like against the grain at the time. And I get what you're saying too. Like there's stuff where it's like, oh, that's convenient, where human beings can add in that this is there and that's not. But something else that I always was curious, I'm like, if especially the New Testament, if it was like written by man and stuff and pre-planned, I'm like, I think they would have done a better job of not making a lot of the people so like ignorant. The people that were like literally with Jesus questioning him half the time, like, bro, I don't know if you can do this miracle. And Jesus is like, dude, you just saw me yesterday turn water into wine. And I'm like, if they really, if I was writing a story, I'm like, I want everyone to believe this, I would make the people not like is questionable. It's like they have so many characteristics where the humanity in it is what like always drew me. And like even one thing in the Old Testament that
interrupt the whole debate.
David and Goliath kills Goliath, a man after God's own heart. I'm like, if you're pre-writing this to be the perfect person after God's own heart, then he becomes king. You're gonna like have the story end perfectly, but then he goes off to see, he's watching this lady bathe nude, has an affair with her, has her husband killed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, but then goes on to keep praying to God and coming back to God, like with a humanity. And God's like, this is a man after my own heart. And it's like finding all these human flaws is, to me, showed so much of like the beautiful struggle.
Someone said he's had an edible. You're not taking the piss in the chat.
That, and I'm not going off everything you guys are talking about, which is factual stuff. I'm just talking from my own experience of ways where I drew and continue to draw my own conclusions.
Right,
and I'm much more about my relationship with God personally. What are you doing? What was it? The Crusades. Know that I'm open, critical to them. They said
there's a really great resource written by a friend of mine, John Dixon. It's a book called Bullies and Saints, where he goes through a lot of the instances of we're obviously going to find abuses, and every human being is going to find a way to exploit whatever is presented to them. So in one sense, I think we can say, isn't it convenient that God used the masculine plural pronoun, or sorry, the masculine pronoun. I keep saying plural, it's just a mistake. The masculine pronoun. And we can say, oh, sure, that's convenient, maybe, but it is how he has revealed himself to us. And it's not his fault if we abuse that. I mean, we could say, so I grew up in the Middle East. My parents worked in Amman, Jordan. And when I was living in the Middle East, there was a country called the Democratic Republic of Iraq. Now, just because democracy...
Can I ask you a little question? Mm-hmm. Huff, where's that name from?
Exists, and people are going to name things.
He's Three little pigs.
He's not Jay. He's not Jay. He's not. He's white. He's white. He's whiter than a motherfucking white.
White family. White like a motherfucking white.
So I've put the stuff in the back for you that proves that there is a school of thought that Josephus is fake. Okay.
I've just looked at those articles. It's the most shittest websites I've ever seen.
Okay, according to you. But there's scholars that have actually said.
I literally just did a simple Google search. Is Josephus's writing reliable? And literally the first thing that shows up in bold writing, yes, by large, he writes as a good Hellenistic historian for the Jewish war. He
used the writings of the ancient eminent Nicholas of Damascus, imperial records, and his own experience. It seems that
By and large, it's not definite, is it? It's not definitive.
but no historian has a complete, reliable.
Well, there's a
100%
school
everything this historian-
and they give their
Herodotus-
reasons why, and their reasons are very similar to this white man on here going at Billy Carson.
Herodotus' writings aren't complete.
Linguistics,
Herodotus-
turn of phrase,
Hold on,
forgetting
dude.
evidence that would have been obvious.
This is ridiculous. Honestly,
No,
you're literally-
he's giving the same point scoring that this bloke is giving to Billy Carson.
I'm literally talking to Ben Carson right now. You posted an article from 2015. Looks like this person made the website using WordPress. Doesn't even look like it's an authentic site. And there's a few statements on here. I've just done a Google search, and almost everything I'm seeing, every single link.
I put 3 different
from the biblicalarchaeology.org, the Bass Library. You can even go to any of these sources I'm looking at right now. Justor, which is a library with all these.
It doesn't matter whether you can prove people that are saying 4. What I'm telling you is there's a school of thought that say that it's a fraud, and there's plenty of evidence for it. Scholarly evidence.
There's a school of thought that worships Satan. There's Lucifer. There's also these different schools of thought. That doesn't
there you
prove
go
anything.
then. So it's not
That doesn't
conclusive.
prove anything.
So it's not conclusive.
A fringe group has
So if
an
you
idea.
go around,
You can actually validate.
if you go around saying Josephus is unchallenged and it's a definitive, right, to build your foundations of what you believe on, then it's flawed because there is a school of thought that is fake.
But no idiot, no person would in their right mind would say that the full works of Josephus is fake. No one would say that. That doesn't even make sense.
Okay.
Josephus is one of the most credible sources in the 2nd century. Literally one of the most credible sources. No one would, even Herodotus. Herodotus isn't 100%, but no one would say Herodotus' works are complete fake. So what are you saying?
I'm telling you, there's a school of thought that he is not completely truthful. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. And
There's
I'm
a school of
saying
thought.
that if you're going to put all your foundations down on Josephus,
And how solid is the evidence that Josephus existed as an actual individual?
We found his writings.
I get his
People
writings.
People outside of his own
I
writings.
get the writings. The writings.
There's people that speak about him.
But for instance, could Josephus be a pseudonym for a different writer, or an alias or a front?
We could say if we said that about Josephus, we would have to say that about every single other historic writer. We'd have said about Plato.
I'm just no. You don't have to say that about everyone. No. That's not logic. But you don't have to say that about everyone. I'm asking about Josephus.
No, but I'm saying the same standard that we're going to apply to Josephus. If we were to apply it to anyone else, then it would be very difficult to say that any of those other historians existed. But
that's a great answer. But then I've heard your conclusion about every other person. But let's get back to Josephus. Is there a possibility that Josephus never existed? Josephus was a group of people writing in the same style. Josephus was somebody else using a pseudonym. Is that a possibility?
I've never come across sufficient evidence to support that hypothesis, so I could never say that that is the case.
Because I guess if your goal was to control the narrative of history, you could create historians and basically, have their works be found that would then substantiate certain claims about history. And you'd be like, well, look, he's on point. He's on point because you'd write about. Well,
why would it only be those? Why would it only be Josephus though? Why would it only be him? Why wouldn't it be anyone else?
No, I would say that the possibility is that it could be multiple so-called historians that verify certain pillars of reality or history or whatever you want to. I mean, it's just a theory. No, I'm not saying that's what it is, but I think, I feel like, it's not beyond a possibility that a lot of history is orchestrated, and therefore the evidence, because they're going to find Australopithecus, they're going to find that, they're going to find this fossil, they're going to find this and that, and it's like, we found half of a Tyrannosaurus Rex's ankle over here, and in Tunisia we found a jawbone, and we dated it, and it's like, we've done the work, it's real, and then everyone, we all accept it's real, and it's in the books as real, and then it's like, I've learned that some of these foundational, what's the word I'm looking for? Some of these cornerstones of understanding about our reality are taken for granted based on the sources, based on the valid. You know what I mean? It's like certain sources we just don't question because and those are the ones I think that often need the most questioning. You know what I mean? Like, you see, like the way people will say, like, like you see how some see how certain people will say, NASA or the World Health Organization. Once you say them things, it's like, brother, are you dumb? The World Health Organization says, boom, boom, boom. Look, we can go on .com, we can go on rare.gov, and then all of a sudden, these things become like super truths, and often they get the least scrutiny.
But my point is, Jedi.
Can I just say something quickly? Even though I agree with what you're saying, Jez, then my question would be, what is the criteria to which we then authenticate any historical work? Because we can say these things are questionable, or there's a possibility that they're orchestrated, but then how do we actually prove or authenticate that? Because then we'll have to believe in nothing.
Well, true, but what I'm saying to you is,
I reject the claim. I reject the claim that I have to have a replacement theory to take up the void of any theory that is challenged. That's not how my mind works. I don't have to have a different point of view to question the point of view that's good. I don't have to have a different perspective to question. In fact, my journey is to have no perspective and therefore do the most open questioning possible. So I don't like, often it's like you're trying to confirm your own bias if you've got a different theory to put in the place, right? Or if we're looking for a killer and you're like, no, it ain't that killer because this is definitely gang related. You're saying that because you have imposed the fact that the motive must be gang related, and therefore you're going to rule out. You now want to rule out robbery or whatever. You want to rule out accident, or whatever. Do you know what I'm trying to say in that analogy? So I feel like, because someone was like, oh no, you have to have a replacement theory. No, I don't think you do. I don't think you do. Yeah. And if you do, that's good, but you can also question that. I don't know. You do end up in a zone of questioning everything, and people are not comfortable with that. And often it may make you feel and seem like you're wishy-washy, or you don't actually stand for nothing. And that's something that, you got to be able to tolerate. That maddens some people, or it frustrates some people to the point where they're just like, I'm going to jump on this because it's the thing that makes the most sense. Do you know what I mean?
But Jez, we do have to. But Jez, even if it's temporarily, we do have to hold on to some theories and ideas just in general life. It doesn't even have to be history. Just even like hypotheses that we make in our lives about science. And even though we don't believe in evolution or cosmic, the planets or whatever, there's aspects of science, there's aspects of reality that we just believe based on what we've seen or based on the theories. But that's what I'm saying. Like, we have to have some form of like standard, even though we question everything. We have to have some sort of standard that we agree on.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that, Zulu. But my point, right, what I'm trying to make clear to you is that this gentleman, this white gentleman on here that's pulling up Billy Carson, he said that the Sinai scripture wasn't correct. First of all, he got the name wrong, right? And he says you're referring to this scripture. He's saying that's been proved a fraud because of the linguistics, the way that it was written, and because of certain factors that were in it that were not accurate, that just wouldn't have made sense. Okay? Well, they're the same arguments that are being used against Josephus Flavius.
No, that's not the Codex Sinaiticus. That when he said that was the Gospel of Barnabas and one of Jesus' wife. That's the one that had the inaccuracies.
the Codex Sinaiticus was correct, and it says that Jesus was crucified, just like the Bible says.
Okay, Barnabas, sorry. So,
Right,
but when he's coming up and saying that these things are fraud, which you're basing your theories on and your beliefs on, these are the same arguments being used for Josephus.
Yeah, but again, I've just literally typed it in, and you just said a school of thought, which shows that it's not the majority, and it's not even the most authentic opinion. It's a fringe idea, and I've just typed it in just to double check, because I can be wrong. And from what I'm seeing, almost every article is saying that he is reliable, and it doesn't mean he's infallible, because no historian is infallible, but he's pretty reliable.
Yeah, but it depends what you're typing in. If you can right now do it the other way. Ask if he's a fraud and see what comes up.
I literally typed in, is Josephus's works reliable? I think that's a neutral question. I'm not saying evidence for Josephus. I'm not saying Josephus is wrong. I literally said, is Josephus reliable? That was my Google search. Pretty neutral search. And I'm not seeing what you're saying. So
well, I've given
type
you
in
all
is
the things that I'm
Josephus.
seeing.
Well, is there anything saying he's a fraud though, or that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've been putting them in the back, Jedi. I've been putting them in the back, and I've been explaining in the back those articles. You read them yourself and make up your own mind what they're arguing over. They're saying that they believe that Christians themselves tried to bend the truth. They're saying that there was stuff written by Josephus, but they don't even know if that Jesus was mentioned, and that stuff has been inserted into his writings. In other words, there's more than one author.
I don't know about that.
Hit the like button, man. Slap the paper, man. Make a donation. Make a contribution. Show some love in some kind of way. And we're going to move forward and press play.
Yeah. Democratic when they obviously aren't doesn't mean we then judge democracy. I mean, think of the Democratic Republic of North Korea, right? Nobody thinks that that's an actual representation of democracy. So people are always going to abuse terms and ideas and concepts. The difference is, though, I think historically within Judeo-Christianity, you have this ethic that we were talking about before that I think is fundamentally different than what we find in things like the Enuma Elish, the Atrasis, and other things, in that we are created in the image of God. And actually, one of the earliest criticisms of Christianity are by individuals like Celsus, who is a Greco-Roman philosopher in the 2nd century, where he accused Christianity of being foolish, dishonorable, and stupid, and he called it the religion of slaves, women, and children. Why? Not because God used the masculine pronoun for himself and people were abusing that, because the concept that Christians believed in of everybody, no matter what your gender, your race, your social standing, you know, Paul says in Christ there is no slave nor free, there is no Jew nor Gentile, there is no Scythian or barbarian, there's no male nor female. You know, these things united people. And we can see there's a historian named Rodney Stark. And in his book, The Rise of Christianity, he actually says that you can track empirically the agency of women across the ancient world by the movement of Christianity. So that, in other words, whenever an area became populated by Christians, we see a direct correlation with the privileges and treatments of women that expand in time when the surrounding culture largely didn't view women as being fully human. So I think we're always going to have abuses, but if there's one worldview that exists that gives agency to people and says that everybody has worth by nature of being just human, it's the Christian worldview. And that's where I think it's very different. So we can argue about why we think God should or shouldn't have revealed himself in his pronouns, but I think that's actually irrespective of the historical reality that we see within the impact of Christianity, particularly on the West, but around the world, and how it gives agency to the marginalized.
Wes, can I ask you one? So when you, so I'm always interested in this, like you were raised Christian. I always think about this, like my wife who's Muslim, and our beliefs at the core are so similar, but there's some differences. And I wonder, like, if I was born in Sierra Leone, West Africa, where she was, I know the Bible says Christ revealed, but C.S. Lewis is someone that I really respect, because I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a think outside the box always, and we should be. No one should just be like sheep and follow what any of us are saying. Like, do your research on your own with everything, of course. But what led you, sorry, going back to C.S. Lewis real quick, he was a famous scholar who was once an atheist, set out on a journey to basically disprove the Bible. As he went to do that, he himself found out that it to be like one of the most historically accurate written books, which really shocked him. He then became a Christian after that. He's done the Narnia movies, Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, or their books. They weren't movies when he passed away. But he has an amazing... I love people like him because he doesn't just act like... He always was questioning everything. He's like, why is there this going? Why are these little kids dying, God, when they're... But something that he continued to come up with, which reminded me so much of Jesus and the love conquers all things too, is when so many people overly get caught up on religion over the relationship. And he's like, I've actually met some atheists that are closer to God without even knowing it. And I've met some Christians that are further away from God without even knowing it. And I believe that too so much. And I'm just really curious, like, as you went on your journey as being like a historian studying biblical texts.
The course of my childhood in Jordan, I grew up and accusations against the credibility of the Bible, which actually piqued my interest because they would say things that I said that I thought, if that's true, of course that undermines what I believe. I believe that Jesus is God incarnate. If I can't trust the Gospels as reliable first century eyewitness testimony, then I might as well throw all of this away because I'm not going to believe a lie, even if it's a convenient lie. And so it was actually the exploration of eventually going into graduate college and then now in working on my PhD, the largest secular university in Canada, that got me thinking, okay, how do we investigate these things? What are the methodologies by which we go about to explore the origins and credibility of something like the Bible? And that investigation, with all due respect to Billy and the content that you put out, has actually confirmed what I believe. I'm dealing with the actual manuscripts. I travel to academic institutions, to other countries, and I look at these things and I read them. And it's a privilege to be able to learn languages like Greek and Coptic and Hebrew and Aramaic and dig into these things. And I think ultimately, I really appreciate what you said there, Mark, with your articulation of your personal relationship. And I think that's so important. But I think it's also important to remember that that relationship is based on something that's real and verifiable. And we can look into the evidence. I have friends who are linguists, philologists, and historians. And when we look into these things and we talk with one another and we're discussing, we're constantly trying to falsify our theories because that's what good history does. We're looking for the falsification. You don't go in, ideally, if you want to be a good historian, with trying to prove your original thesis. You go in and say, okay, what are the avenues that actually could disprove this? And then how do we engage with those in an appropriate and articulate manner? So what I believe is true, but I believe it based on the evidence of the actual documentation. I've read a lot of the literature that you're talking about, Billy, the Enuma Elish, the Atrahasis, the Bhagavad Gita, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and I've read some of them in their original languages because I've tried to be a good historian and go back into the primary sources. Or if I can't, engage with people like my friends who are Assyriologists, who are philologists, and try to not just go off of a translation, but the original. And I think I've found largely the opposite of the conclusions that you have made, Billy. And I know that you are very passionate about what you talk about, and I respect that. I just think that the confidence might not actually be backed up by the reality of the evidence. So when we're looking at something like the Sinai Bible, when we're looking at something like the Gospel of Barnabas, when we're looking at something like the Gospel of Jesus' wife, these are things that actually have provenance that we can verify. And ultimately, I think the answers to the questions of the legitimacy or the illegitimacy of those things point to not just a different conclusion, but actually the opposite conclusion, and that Christianity is true.
Well, now I'm glad you said that. So those three topics are a very small piece of my concept and idea of what really happened in the ancient past. So that's a very small fraction. That's less than 0.1%. You talk about eyewitness accounts convinced you that Christianity is real. There's been eyewitness accounts of every culture that I've visited around this entire planet, and their eyewitness accounts of what they experienced is 100,000% opposite of what's in the Bible. People have.
What do you mean? Can you give me an example?
The Dogon tribe, for example, in Mali, Africa, they experienced a culture that they claim came to this planet from Sirius B. They have the evidence that they knew these beings were from Sirius B because they have the instruments that show the orbit of a trinary star system that we couldn't discover until the 1970s with our modern technology. Okay, they understood not only the orbital pattern of Sirius A, B, and C, but even that B was a failed star, which you can't see it from Earth with the naked eye. They knew that it was a white dwarf. They even knew that they said that if you took a tablespoon of it, the entire tribe or 1,000 men couldn't lift the tablespoon. They understood mass and gravity as well. They were told the shape, the sizes, and the colors of all the planets in our solar system, which they recorded. And there's only one wisdom keeper, and that person can never be.
Huh?
You said they couldn't lift a tablespoon of it.
Yeah, it was that dense.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is your guy. Quelo Mutu, or whatever his name is.
Me? Quelo Mutu is a fraud, man. He's a fraud, man.
That's your town's mate. Your tribe mate.
He's a hustler. He's making money. Well, he's dead now, but when he was alive, he was making money. All these guys are hustlers, bro. Just like the pastors that ask for tithe and the millionaire pastors, it's the same thing. These people are all hustlers, man. They're not actual historians. Wesley's an historian. Man actually does this shit for a living. And he actually looks at the evidence. This guy's just a hustler. He's just a hustler. He's a con artist.
So I wouldn't say that. I would say that all these people are quite intelligent. All these people are quite intelligent and they've got theories and they put their theories out there. And some people like their theories and give them money to listen to their theories and how they've connected the dots and everything else. And I think it's interesting that this man has come up and said that these are definitely fraudulent, etc., etc. I think it's good to sort of like have people telling you, no, that there's a school of thought that they're fraudulent based on this theory.
Yeah. But it's a shame. It's a shame that Billy Carson wasn't equipped enough to even respond or, challenge any of those claims. He just said, "Okay, let's go to the Old Testament. Okay, let's go to this. Okay." So he doesn't know.
He claims that he nearly died before this. So
we're going to get to that, Jukes. We're going to get to that.
Yeah.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Touched by a person. If they get touched by another person, they'd actually be killed. And then they eventually have a mentee that they break down that verbally handed down knowledge to. And that next person then takes over, becomes the wisdom keeper. And they've been doing this for thousands and thousands of years. And science, modern science, has found all their information to be 1,000% accurate. Then you have the Hopi tribe of the Americas, indigenous tribes, Hopi tribe, Lakota tribe, also having engagements with these quote unquote star brothers. Even having an account of them being taken underground, which you don't see just only in America. I just came back from Turkey. You have the people from Turkey and Mesopotamia also being taken underground into a place called Derinkuyu by these beings, by these people. A structure that's built 12 stories deep underground, that's made out of volcanic tuff, a very soft stone. And if you don't know what you're doing, it'll actually collapse. There's no evidence of any collapse. And it was thousands of years old. It was reused many times. So the mainstream story about what it was used for to hide from Romans is actually false. This place is ancient. And in order to build it, you actually have to have foreknowledge of how to construct this type of an underground civilization that can hold 20 to 30,000 people, places for livestock, places for worship, with no sign of collapse. And you have to have hundreds of ventilation shafts. And I've been down there. Those ventilation shafts cut through solid rock all the way down to the core. And there's even more. It links to other underground cities that are miles and miles away as you get to the very base of this area, you can cut through and go to another location. But again, these people were taken under. Also, then you have the ancient Egyptians. Similar story. Major catastrophe comes. These people come and take them underground. Then you have the information in the Egyptian book of Going Forth by Day. More accounts by people, our ancestors, that have accounts that do not match up with the biblical text. And so all of a sudden we're saying that all these cultures, the Aboriginal people, I can go into them as well. I've gone for walkabouts in Outback, in the Outback, and the Aboriginal elders, same thing. They were seated here by Pleiadians. This is their verbal handed down history for thousands of years. And I can go around the world and I can come up with all this information from all these eyewitness accounts from people that should be respected, dignified, and shouldn't be scoffed. And that we're now saying that all this information that they put forward, all their verbal handed down history, all their written history, that's got to go to the side, because this one text is 1,000% accurate.
Sure, but so my question is, most of that is oral history, correct?
Oh, it's all oral history, even the Bible.
Okay, so when we're engaging with oral history, what methodologies are you using to confirm that the orality is accurate?
Oh man. Well, first and foremost, some of these texts cultures have written down information in caves. You've got cave paintings. The Dogon tribe actually have not only written down.
Sure.
In
No,
caves,
I don't disagree with that. The question is one of
historic.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. The question is one of methodological analysis. So you have to have a method by which you can find either that something is falsifiable or that there are avenues by which you can show internal and external accuracy of credibility. So this is what we do with documents. This is what we do with the ancient Gospels. This is what I do. I've worked on Xenophon and Plutarch, and we look at the internal evidences and the external multivalent corroboration to try to figure out, okay, yes, we have all these stories. Great. I don't deny that. But as a historian, as someone who's trying to figure out what is accurate, how do you know if I use the term verisimilitude, do you know what that term means?
No, but I can tell you this. Tell me how the Dogon tribe saw Sirius B, knew the orbit of Sirius B, a trinary star system, accurately, and can show you the orbit with a special tool that they made that was given to them by these people. How do they know the shapes, the sizes, the colors, and the orbital pattern of all these planets in our solar system and other star alignments that they would use to have something called the Ziggy and planet and their own harvesting and planting and so forth and so on? That's not enough evidence that there's something.
Well, I'm not aware of that particular case. And even, I would grant that, the ancient people are far more technological advanced than we give themselves credit for. Just because they're ancient doesn't mean they're stupid. I am well aware, as someone who has done both investigation in the past and done archaeological analysis, that is a reality. My question is simply, okay, you have these stories or you have these accounts, you're referring to them as eyewitness testimony. How are you going about verifying that as that?
Well, if the people had eyewitness testimony about Jesus, they then just wrote down their eyewitness testimony on a piece of paper or parchment paper or papyrus. So these people...
Right. So that's where internal methodological analysis...
Some of it's actually written down. So, it's the same exact thing. There's really no difference.
Well, no. So you do internal investigations to figure out when something was dated. So something like so when I use that term verisimilitude before, that's something we as historians are looking for. It's a term that simply means the appearance or likelihood of truthfulness. So when you do historical analysis, it's an inference to the best explanation. So you have proof and you have data, and you're extrapolating that data on levels of probability. So some things can be confirmed as high probabilistically true, and other things are lower in their probability that they happened. But there are different methodologies, different ways that you explore historically how that happens.
Well,
so for the Gospels, we look at...
was with the Dogon tribe. Scientists went there to visit the tribe, and they still have no answers because they used their modern science. They took the best scholars to visit these people, and they're still scratching their heads. Something happened there.
Sure. And I'm not even denying that necessarily, but the question is, okay, we need different levels of evidence and exploration. not just scientifically, but historically to derive something as eyewitness testimony. Now we have mountains of that, and I'm more than willing to go into some of that with the Gospels as early eyewitness testimony that can be verified externally and internally. But nonetheless, the only reason I ask, Billy, is because I've listened to a fair amount of your content, and I'm unaware of the methods that you use to try to discern between what is an accurate source historiographically and an inaccurate source historiographically.
Well,
Does that make sense?
I use getting in an airplane and traveling to these places, doing my own research, talking with the indigenous cultures, and researching as much of the text that is available that I can possibly find.
Okay, so I don't dispute that, and I do believe you have done that. But I mean, even from what we've talked about, so you've researched the text, but when we talked about the crucifixion, everything you cited was either, and I mean with all due respect, false in terms of the Sinai Bible, because Codex Sinaiticus is just a 4th century Greek manuscript of the Gospels that we have today, or they were verified forgeries in terms of the Gospel of Jesus' wife.
You might be right. You may be right on that particular part of the topic, but like I said, that's less than a 10th of a percent of the information that I hold.
Sure, but that was the original question. So yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, okay, well, so I'm going off of what we've already talked about. So you said you explore the text. I don't deny that. But the evidence, by going off of what you have put forward in terms of the actual documentary evidence, is
it's almost bleeping.
Not just less than convincing in my respect. And I mean this with respect, because I think you have done a lot of research. You've traveled to these places. I have too. Like, this is what I do as my career. But I'm not really getting indication, because in history, we go to the primary sources in their primary languages. And when Mark asked, okay, why do you deny the crucifixion? The sources you used were not primary.
Okay, we're still talking about the same thing over and over again. There's so much more we can talk about here. We're wasting a lot of time. There's so much more. That's this amount.
Do you guys
so much
think
more stuff to talk about?
Do you think that all these different cultures and stuff describing these other beings, could those have been, I'm not an expert theologian or whatever, but like where it talks about war, I always want to personally ask you this too, where in the Bible it talks about like wars between the demons and the angels. There's a lot of crazy stuff in the Bible too, that you can prove it's been written, but it also takes some faith, because you can't physically see where there was wars between demons and angels and stuff fighting in the heavens. So there's tons going on, obviously. Could any of those have been, like, from what you've discovered or how people have written it, do you think those could have been demons or angels?
I don't believe in
discredits.
demons or angels at all.
You don't believe in them at all?
No, I don't believe in demons and angels. When you read Azazel coming down in the book of Enoch, coming down, and the first thing he does is teach people how to make knives and swords so they can cut a man's head off. You read, you see these quote unquote.
Where's that in the book of Enoch?
In the book of Enoch, Azazel. He comes down and he teaches.
Where is that in the book of Enoch? The only reason I ask is because there are two Enochs, first Enoch and second Enoch, and only first Enoch is an actual historical amalgamation.
Okay. And then you analyze the fact that these angels are having sex, they're getting drunk. These are just people.
Whoa. Where are angels getting drunk?
Angels party, they go, they hang out with people, they go to war with people, they put on their outfits and go to war with people. This is in the Bible.
Where are they getting drunk though?
Well, they get married, okay? Whatever that means. But they're having a good time.
Married.
Okay. Not married.
In fact, scripture says that angels can't get
like
married.
Merry Christmas.
Not married. Mary, Merry. But the point that I'm making here is when you start to really analyze what these angels are doing, and you start to analyze how many people are dying in the biblical text, you start to say, well, how many people did Satan actually kill? And when you start doing the tally on the numbers, God's doing most of the killing in the Bible. It's not the devil that's doing all the killing. And then God says in Isaiah, I created the good and I created the evil. Do what I say at the Lord. So he's saying that he's doing the good and the evil. That's what he's saying. Yeah. Now, my personal opinion on this whole thing, I just let me get this out because we keep going over the same rhetoric over and over again. My personal opinion is that the biblical text is a good book. Like I've said, I've got videos. My number one video on Twitter has me saying this. It's good text because if you actually apply some of the information that's in the Bible, you can get a good result, like you have done, Mark.
Right. I struggle with I know. I want you to finish your thought. Go ahead.
Yeah. So because you can get a good result, but there's a lot of misinformation in the Bible. There's a lot of false information that's copied from ancient text. And if you go by that text, all of a sudden you end up with 400 years of slavery. You end up with abuse. You end up with divide and conquer tactics that separate people. You end up with people thinking that they're the chosen ones and they're the chosen people. And we've been promised this promised land so we can eradicate another race of people because this is our land, because God.
I think you fell asleep a bit, you know?
Yeah, for a second.
No, it wasn't a second. Don't do that. It wasn't a second. Nah. It was like 10, 20 minutes, bro.
Was it 20 minutes?
Nah, I'm joking. It was like 5 minutes. It was like 5 minutes.
Yeah, man. It was a quick thing. Was I snoring?
Yeah, but it wasn't too loud, though.
I fucking sat up with my chin on my chest, like on this chair. Like, yeah, it's been a long day, bro.
I know, man.
A long day.
Might have to part two the response.
But yeah, I woke up and it's just getting juicy. Man's getting schooled again. Enoch, which Enoch was it?
Mom was saying that the angels were getting drunk and they were throwing parties.
Drunk, yeah, whatever. Mary, what? Huh? It's not looking good, man.
It's not, bro.
It's not
and this is
looking good
Jupe's
at
guy.
all.
This is Jupe's guy, bro. This is what I was trying to tell her. Like, she needs to authenticate shit. Like, you can't just send articles. That's not evidence, dude. Like, oh, it's just because of the article, a school of thoughts. This is the school of thoughts. Angels were getting drunk and throwing parties. Like, I'm sorry. Like, nah, man.
That's wild.
God promised it to us. You have people that want to go on the papal inquisitions and torture and kill and murder over 80 million people. You have the American Holocaust, 111 million indigenous natives slayed. You have all this going on because of this text, which is set up so contradictory throughout its path across time. You get into the New Testament, slavery is still being condoned in the New Testament.
Was it?
Honor thy slave master as you would honor God or Jesus, it says, I believe. So in Ephesians. So
the Old Testament. I always thought
but
the God of the Old Testament too. Like I'll let you real quick, but I'm just, and I know you have to go soon too, but I'm speaking as I challenge my own subject. It was always, I'm telling you guys, this is where Jesus came in and changed everything for me. But like the Old Testament too, it is hard for me to read. Even Noah thinking God's like mad at everyone. Let's flood the whole world and murder all these people that I created.
That's pretty bad stuff.
But it seems so contradictory to, and I'm speaking, Wes, as a Christian, and I don't have the,
you know, Christian, what?
Whatever the call, papyri. There isn't. This is where
you don't have the papyri.
But I continue to follow in my heart. But it's so Jesus.
The papyri.
He's speaking as a Christian.
I don't have the, what do you call it?
His wife is Muslim.
He finds it hard to read the Old Testament.
I don't.
I don't know what he's on. He's just trying to insert himself into the convo. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. He's just trying to remain relevant. As a good moderator, you're supposed to just fall asleep.
But he's a biased moderator. He's a biased moderator because he's saying things that support Billy. And you've seen Billy's response video, which is hilarious. He actually turns against this guy, next to him. But you see in the response video.
Just did not seem like that at all. But they say God's the same as then as he was now. Like time, he created time. So he didn't come down, as Jesus and change and evolve and then come back with new information and be like, you know what, I don't think I'm going to flood and do. So these are more, I guess, like bigger moral questions that there's not necessarily, but that's where things like the Old Testament challenge me at times. and I know there's a lot of things where they correlate, and I've seen some cool things that come together too. But it's just like, man, to think like I'm going to flood and murder all these people that I created and then leave a few alive doesn't seem like what Jesus did at all.
Sorry to interrupt,
No,
but
it's
there's a couple more points I want to make because he got a lot of talking in. It did say, slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear as sincerity of heart as you would obey Christ. That's slaves. Obey your earthly masters with respect and fear with sincerity in your heart, just as you would obey Christ. So it does say that Ephesians 6:5, but there's so many aspects.
That stuff is what.
And what is the context of what Ephesians is saying? So I think this is very important because we don't take text in isolation. So within Scripture, and this is why all the abolition movements throughout history have only been Judeo-Christian movements. There's never been an abolition movement that wasn't Christian. And actually, there's the recent work by historian Tom Holland, not the Spider-Man actor, different Tom Holland, but his recent Dominion highlights this fact very well. This is not a Christian, but in it, he shows that going right back into the antiquity with the Cappadocian Fathers was the first abolition movement, and then into the British and the American abolition movements. These were fundamentally Christian movements ran by Christians because of the idea that when Paul, who wrote that letter to Ephesians, says, in Christ there is no slave nor free, he's breaking down those barriers. So in Ephesians, when he says, slaves obey your masters, he's operating on the socioeconomic context of what he's going on. And he's saying, hey, we have slaves and we have free people, okay? If you're a believing slave, if you're a slave who believes in Jesus as the Messiah, don't be equitable in how you are living your life. Reflect Christ accurately. And that's a movement that he is fundamentally.
How do you do that? How do you be equitable?
I've got a way to remedy that, Jets. I've got a way to remedy this, Jets. I've got a way to remedy this. You're fully aware in the Old Testament.
This is a problem, man.
But Jets, be honest, Jets. You're fully aware of civil servitude in the Old Testament, right?
Oh, bro.
No, but let's be real, right? If that's the case, what slave is he? He's not talking
we're gonna go indentured.
No, but he's not talking about.
Do we have to call up some Irish mates now?
He's not talking about the transatlantic slave trade slaves.
Are you gonna say? Am I gonna say? No dogs, no Irish, no cats, or whatever.
No, but just let's be realistic.
We might as well just get there. Say all the cliche. Because as soon as we talk about slavery, every religious person starts talking about servitude.
But just let's be religious. Let's be what's it called? Realistic here. Yeah?
Let's be religious.
I know.
You're doing a good job, bro.
I fumbled. But just let's be completely realistic here, right? We completely understand the whole idea of I owe someone something. Boom, I work for it. I sign a contract. I'm a civil servitude. You understand from the Old Testament perspective, right? You understand that part, right? Can we agree that you understand that part, right? Come on.
Of what? Working off a debt?
Yes.
Okay.
So that person would be a slave.
Go on.
That person will be a temporal slave because they can work off their contract, right? They're not kidnapped like the transatlantic slave trade. They've not been wrongfully made a slave. They're being a slave in the sense of so right. So in that context, it's not the same type of slave that we all think about when we see the word slave.
Nah,
Yes. Be honest, yes. Be honest.
I don't know, man. I don't know because was there the type of slave that I'm thinking of? Did that exist in that time?
I'm going to be completely honest with you. Possibly.
Bondage.
Possibly, yes.
What do you mean? Did bondage? Of course it did.
I mean, it depends on who he's
possibly.
talking to,
It's spoken about. Huh?
I think it depends on who he's talking to in the passage, right?
Does the Bible acknowledge slavery, chattel slavery, or bondage, or anything? Does the Bible acknowledge that?
It condemns
slavery
kidnapping
without rights.
It condemns kidnapping in the Torah. It condemns that.
Does it acknowledge the existence of
other nations? Yes, but Israel, we didn't do that. We didn't kidnap people. We didn't do that transatlantic slave trade. It's condemned in the Torah explicitly. It's condemned. We are prisoners of war. We are people that were servants that paying off debts. Those are the forms of servitude we had. We didn't have this whole thing of kidnapping people and treating them like animals. And that's a recent thing. That's an Arab slave trade thing.
A prisoner of war is the same thing.
Well, it's war, right?
It may not be a war that you.
Yeah, but it's war. How are you going to be friendly to the enemy? It's war. It's war, though.
No, because when you lot decide you got a problem in my village and you invade and you kill everyone and we barely stand a chance, and you see me and you're like, yeah, gonna make him a slave. You're not gonna be like, oh yeah, that was war. No, I didn't ask for this war. This is no. That's
Nah.
just you understand.
But Jez, if you're on the battlefield,
You don't understand.
But Jez, I understand what you're saying. I understand. I'm gonna be honest with you. I understand what you're saying. But Jez, if you're on the
but I could be forced onto me being on the battlefield to defend my land doesn't now mean that it's legit for me to be enslaved. So that makes me a different type of slave because I fought.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on that. Yes.
You know what I mean? Oh
Yes.
well, yeah, you know, in war now that's different, and I feel like we always kind of run to that. We always run to that. We always run to servitude. But like, did slavery exist? Did wrongful ownership of people exist? And if so, was it called slavery? And if it was called slavery, was Jesus addressing that type of slavery when he said, "Obey your slave masters"?
It was Paul that said.
Pardon? Paul. Was
that,
Paul addressing that type of slavery? Was he including that type of slavery? Was he only speaking about a certain type of slavery? Like, what is the message saying? Is this only inclusive to a certain type of slavery, or does this apply to Nat Turner?
I see what you're saying, Jez. Like I said, I'll be honest with you. Right? I see what you're saying.
And at its core, this is one of the issues that many people find when it comes to picking one of the religions that are out there when it comes to Christianity, because they feel like it's got too much of a passive, turn the other cheek, obey your master, pay Caesar his taxes type of rhetoric that runs through it. People feel like it's actually a tool to keep you in line with classes. This is one of the issues where some people might feel like, even when it comes to just like the stories, that Prophet Muhammad is a little bit more of a
militant, or
Islam is a little bit more of a, don't know, it facilitates you to be a bit more less of a pussy. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Well, I mean, but Jez, let's be completely honest.
I feel like that's the perception anyway.
But Jez, let's be completely honest. If we take the whole Bible, including the Old Testament, this passiveness is definitely not something, and I would even arguably say in the New Testament too, this passiveness isn't the main theme, because there's definitely even in the New Testament, there's a reckoning, there's a punishment, there's a vengeance. Jesus is coming back on some.
But the protagonist or the main character in the biblical, story is a mild and meek virgin of a man who would rather die than see his apostles chop off someone's ear, or like little things like he'd wash people's feet. Yeah, very humble, very this, very that, but not really ever really ready to ride out. The one time he showed a bit of grit was when in the synagogue, in the temple, when he kicked down the stuff in the temple.
But Jez, how does the
that's
gospel,
the only time you can say.
How does the gospel?
And wasn't he? And go on, say that again.
How does the gospel spread if he's telling his disciples to chop people's heads off? I think it's the purpose of his incarnation to begin with that has to be assessed. Why did he come down? What was foretold in the Old Testament of him dying? So the sacrifice isn't a weak thing. It's actually a strong thing to come down from divinity into a lowly form and to take on depth for humanity.
Was that the only way to do it?
That was the way that was foretold in the Old Testament, and the Messiah had to come and do those things because the remissions of sin is blood, which is why almost every ancient civilization has blood sacrifices, animal sacrifices. We don't know where they got it from, but we know because in the Bible, in the Old Testament, it clearly states that because of the transgressions of Adam and Eve, our blood is required. And it's the animal's blood that was put in our place. And that blood is supposed to reflect to the final.
If I wonder if God thinks, if he started this all over again, would the corruption creep back in? Is the corruption part of his process?
The filtration process,
Of
and that's
creation.
that's Kabbalah, which I'm not gonna, support openly, but it's that there is an idea of chaos being allowed to run wild, so that there can be a filtration process or defragmentation process, just like a crucible. You put things,
It's an interesting point.
you put it through the fire, and it's purified. It's a training ground, a purification ground. But I can never confirm or deny. I can never confirm or deny. But listen, yes, we can talk on the Proverbs thing about
working towards that eventually starts to completely take out the legs.
This is where we would argue, Wes. I would be. I love. By the way, I love that we're all. This is respectful. I don't feel this is all just three grown-ups talking in a healthy way.
I appreciate Wes.
And I think this is going to give us. But this is where you and I sitting down in the room. I would be like, great that you came to that, but like, what were the methodologies did you use to conclude that him saying the slave be the master to the slave, you're able to interpret it meaning that he's meaning that? Because I was also raised in the church, and I would question when they're like, oh, in the old days when they said women don't wear jewelry, that's a sin. You would know the exact verse. And then they're like, oh, but that was just written because at that time, that was what they did. But then the next week they're telling me, but if you believe in the Bible, you either believe in all of it or none of it. I'm like, well, how come you're just, and they're like, but it's okay for women to do that. Now, those are the things where it's like, we've got to be honest here. Like, if you're respectfully challenging Billy, and Billy's going to go and do research and be like, okay, now I want to see how to have, because we're all critical thinkers. Those things seem to just get so blindly pushed over when they're like, but that doesn't apply now. And it's like, I do.
All right, man.
I think there's more common ground than people think, and some of your words have recalled, but also like, it's weird to me to think that he would be like, women aren't allowed to wear jewelry and this crap. And then Jesus came and he's like, none of that matters. And then for them to be like, oh, that only made sense then, but now it doesn't apply. But believe everything in the Bible all applies. You know what? Like, as a Christian myself, this is why, like, I'm always like,
So there's a field, there's a discipline called hermeneutics, and that's the methodology of interpretation. So there are multiple levels that you interpret something. So whether we're dealing with, say, the book of Ephesians, or we're dealing with Tacitus's Annals, we look at something and we contextually read it within the framework of how it's being written. So there's a historical approach where we look at the context. Okay, Paul is writing to a church in Ephesus. What's going on in Ephesus, and how is what he's saying in that city in what is modern day Turkey? How does that pertain to that particular time and framework? Where is Paul coming from?
How does it pertain to now, though, is my question. Because
so
you're giving me,
here's how I answer that question.
And I love you to death, Wes, but you're starting to give, sorry to interrupt you. I believe in God. Like, I believe in,
oh my gosh.
I believe in
and
God.
Billy believes in God too. I get why things are challenged and things need to be challenged, but it's saying that was to women then, but being raised in the church and stuff, they say, but then they'll pick something and they're like, but that doesn't apply to them now, because in that context, he was talking to this certain town where they were having problems with I'm like, well, that's not written anywhere. And they're like, well, if you go to blah, blah, blah. And then they say, well, God is all knowing, so he perfectly chose what was in and out of the Bible. I believe whoever created the universe, which is God, in my own opinion, is way smarter than any of us. Why would he leave something like that crap in there, that women shouldn't wear jewelry and all that, and then have in the New Testament that crap doesn't really matter. Like that's where it's like, I have to believe that it's not I do think there is parts where things got written in, and I don't think they're the major things personally, like whether or not Jesus was crucified, which I think is a major thing, because if he wasn't, that I've studied that a lot, that would challenge that would challenge the core of my whole belief system over whether or not it said if women can wear jewelry or something. But I do think that, and I don't know if there's an exact answer to this, but I do think, that's perplexing to me. A God of all wisdom would choose to leave some of that in there. It's like, why?
Yeah. So here's the thing. So the Bible was written for us, but it wasn't written to us. There is an original audience, whether that's the ancient Israelite in the ancient Near Eastern culture, or whether it's the Greco-Roman believer in Jesus within the city of Ephesus. So as historians, and I mean, most of the books on this end of my shelf are what are referred to as commentaries.
Sorry, I got to cut you off again. Wouldn't God be smart enough to know?
Why
I'm
is
not
he
just going to write
interrupting
to this
him?
demographic
Oh
of this
my God.
civilization now, knowing I'm a God who created the whole world, and people are still going to be studying this thousands of years later.
That's what I was going to say, but I didn't want to cut it off.
Yes.
So I'm sorry. By the way, I'm the worst interrupter ever, and it's never.
Yeah,
It's more of my ADD type thing of like, I get a thought and I got to get it out, or else I freaking forget it. So I'm sorry about interrupting. Thanks for throwing me under the bus for that.
Yeah. So, how I would answer that is I would say this. So you do have examples of where Paul is writing, and he's writing to a particular group. And so we look at, okay, what does it mean for a woman to wear and adorn themselves with gold in a first century Greco-Roman context, right? It has to do with the fact that prostitutes would wear those things. So we need to ask the question, what is the intention of the text?
But,
so
sorry,
yes,
I got to ask you again, though.
Meaning.
But how do you interpret that's what I've been, the reason I'm interrupting you is I've heard this. I've been there, done that.
Yeah.
I respect the crap out of you for how deep you go into studying the ancient texts and stuff, which is so important for the real root of it all. But they've told me that same thing, and I'm like, but why doesn't it just say that he was speaking to the women and stuff that were prostitutes of that time? Like, where does that correlate?
He's not speaking to prostitutes. He's talking about purity, and he's talking in the context of when he says, don't adorn yourself with jewelry. The original audience, and we can explore this by.
But you just realize how dumb that sounds? Saying the original audience, then later on saying, but now it's okay for this audience because these women and stuff don't.
Because
I'm just saying, like, I get why people like, if we're gonna. We got to be open-minded. We're punching holes in other stuff to punch holes on our own. And even if it's agreeing, like don't you think that's a little, I get what you're saying. Like if prostitutes right now, if prostitutes all wear a red band around their neck and that signals what all prostitutes are, and it's like, don't wear that.
Prostitutes have tattoos, and a lot of women who aren't prostitutes have tattoos.
Right. I don't think it's this black and white that only the prostitute, and also you're only talking about in one little town. So my bigger question would be to God.
Well, in Greco-Roman antiquity,
like, why did you put that in the Bible? That just confuses everyone, though, because all these other civilizations are going to be reading that.
We have something we keep saying here. God didn't put that in the Bible. Men put this stuff in the Bible.
And I think that was some of the old. I'm telling you, Billy. It's for me. I think he'll get back on. If it wasn't for Jesus. Sorry, we got you back on, Wes.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying, Mark. But what I'm saying is, I think we're missing a big point here. The point that I'm trying to make here is that the Bible is written by people, men who are extremely flawed. And the evidence of that is what they did, what they took the information that's in that biblical text and what they did with it globally to other human beings, and how they even wrote about it in the Bible, how they enslaved and tortured people in the biblical text. So in that case, even in the book of Deuteronomy, which is one of the most brutal books out there, where everything is given okay to rape women, kill children. If one person talks against your Lord, go to that town and kill the whole town, burn the town down.
So brutal.
It's just
in the
too
Old
much. Like I
Testament.
said,
Or turns people into salt.
the
and
killing,
stuff.
the killing in the Bible is not being done by Satan. That's why I don't care about. I don't believe in demons and all this other kind of stuff. Moses goes to the top. He talks to God. He gets his tablet. The first commandments are, "Thou shalt not kill." He comes down. As soon as he sees the people making a golden calf, he kills most of them. It's just like, come on. It's just ridiculous.
And I've learned with some of these stories how it correlated with kill your first son, related to then what happened with Jesus. But I'm still like, in my head, they're like, that's so beautiful. He was willing to sacrifice his son as God would. And I'm like,
I don't believe
that's so mean that God,
I don't believe it's beautiful.
like, Jesus changed my whole story. No, when I'm in heaven, and I don't believe God is irrational, because he would be smarter than every one of us to be able to literally create everything. I would be like, God, I don't like, why would you tell that dude to kill his son?
I don't see any benefit in killing
like,
your own kid.
And then right at the last second, he's like, no, it's cool. I was just testing your faith in me. It's like, that seems psychologically, to me, when God's like, kill your own son, but then at the last minute, don't do it. Oh man, you proved your faith to me. I would be like, God, isn't there like I don't feel like you need to do that to a person. I don't think that's such a beautiful story. And I'm talking as a Christian. There's a lot of things with the Old Testament I struggle with, but it doesn't change my overarching beliefs. And I think there is things that are written in, maybe misinterpreted, that aren't as important as the bigger things, like the crucifixion and stuff of Jesus. Like, I'm hoping to God that your methodology of proving that is right compared to Billy's in that specific scenario. But in some of these other things, like, I almost rather them be disproved that God killed his, that God, and I've heard a lot of these different answers and stuff, and I know God gave us free will, and I understand all that too. But it's just like the God of the Old Testament and Jesus. It's hard to believe that they're the same person.
Yeah, sorry, I cut out quite a bit there, and so I think I missed a large
I'm
portion,
not.
so I
you keep
apologize
popping
for
off,
that.
Wes, and I'm just.
I might get to say a lot of stuff that I want to say. Go ahead.
I'll shut
Yeah.
up.
So let me just say this. So the most quoted verse of the Bible in the Bible is a version of Exodus 34:6, which fundamentally describes who God is, that he's compassionate and loving, full of grace and mercy, and abounding in steadfast love. And so, in fact, if you read the book of Jonah, the beef that Jonah has with God, the reason why he doesn't want to go to Nineveh, is because he believes that God is so loving that if he tells the Ninevites to repent and they repent, God is going to forgive them. So fundamentally, we have the picture of God consistently throughout the Bible, both in the Old and New Testaments, as being a God who is rich in love and mercy and abounding in steadfast kindness. And so we want a God who is just. And just to speak very briefly to the slavery issue, I mean, Leviticus 25 condemns by death the man stealing. So stealing someone and selling them into slavery. And the fact that the 10 Commandments are prefaced with, you are a nation who was slaves. You know, I'm the God of Israel who brought you out of Egypt. So there's a fundamental difference, and there's lots of literature on this. I would encourage people to read my friend Paul Copan's book, Is God a Moral Monster? He's written some excellent stuff. He's also written on Did God Command Genocide in the Old Testament? He's a leading expert in the field of a comparative analysis of ancient Near Eastern war literature. And so there are very coherent explanations for these things, and that slavery within ancient Israel was very, very different from what slavery around the ancient Near East was like. And on top of that, once again,
slavery continued on
when abolition movements happen, what's that? Sorry, Billy?
I said slavery continued on throughout the Bible with no problems.
But it was always undergirded by the fact that this was not the ideal, that this was something that should not be done. And even slavery within ancient Israel was fundamentally different than slavery around the ancient Near East. This is not a contested fact. You can look at the scholarship of individuals like Wright, who's written extensively on this. He's an ancient Near Eastern ethicist, and there's vast difference between the law codes in Leviticus, Deuteronomy, and Numbers, and something like the Code of Hammurabi, which puts people on a tier system and gives different punishments depending on where they are within society. That's not true in ancient Israel. If you were a king and you stole somebody and you sold them into slavery, they would punish you by death.
But if you steal somebody else's slave, you can't steal somebody else's slave. That's not a good thing to do, right? The point that I'm making here, I got to say something before I get out of here, is the Bible is full of contradictions. The biggest problem that we have is we're dealing with a civilization on this planet that is psychologically impaired. Human beings are psychologically impaired. This entire planet. We're living on an insane asylum. Earth is an absolute insane asylum. Mental illness has spread throughout the planet Earth like a complete virus. And when you take a text like the biblical text, knowing that human beings globally are mentally ill, this entire planet is a mental insane asylum. And I'm talking everyone. All 8 billion, whatever number of people we have now, are all mentally ill. And what I mean is there's different levels of mentally ill. We all have trauma that we're not dealing with. We all have internal issues. We all have situations that shadow work that needs to be done. And some people are at higher levels of mental illness than others. Most of us are functional mental illness people. But when you take a look at the biblical text and you start going through this information, and it's the way that it's laid out, it becomes a proponent of more divide and conquer tactics. It becomes a proponent of racism. It becomes a proponent of slavery. It becomes a proponent of all these things that are dark and ill, including murder and killing in the name of God, which has been done how many millions of times. So my thing about the biblical text is it actually authored by the creator of the universe, or is it authored by the dark forces of, maybe, if this Satan is real, Satan himself? And the reason why I say that is because all-knowing, all-loving God, omnipotent and omniscient, that is creating not only this universe, probably most likely multiple universes, because a creator never stops creating, especially with infinite power, is now at some point going to author a text that is going to allow human beings to misinterpret it and take it in his name and begin to slay people, torture people, and enslave people worldwide, to claim that you're chosen ones, to set up a state of chosen people, and then to even claim that you have chosen land, and to torture and kill even more people, women and children, in modern times, still going on to this very day. To me, that doesn't seem like a very intelligent being, especially a being that knows the beginning and the end. So if you know the beginning and the end, you have a certain level of foreknowledge. You have advanced knowledge that goes beyond. You know what's the ending before the end even occurs. So you set up everything for success. Why? Because a genius solves problems before they happen. And I'm going to drop the mic on that.
With some of that too, I think came back on.
Yeah. I gotta get to this meeting.
Yeah, there's old stuff that it's hard to comprehend, but the thing that continued to change my life was Jesus, and the core of it was love conquers all things.
I can't miss it.
So yeah. Keep going.
All right,
We can do a follow up.
I really appreciate it, Billy. Thanks so much for
All right. Yeah, that was hard to watch. You know, I want to make a couple of statements before we wrap this up. I hope you enjoyed this. You know, I aired this fully expecting Billy to show up with the cease and desist letter. I won't. This is public. It was a consensual debate. I know the law. It's ridiculous. It's just a scare tactic. No one's afraid. Here's the main point. Whether you like Christianity or not, the thing that Billy talked about on shows around the nation, we're talking about Joe Rogan, Sean Ryan, Patrick Bet-David, like major shows, some of the most influential shows of our day, bigger than big media, talked about Jesus having a wife, talked about Jesus, you know, not actually being crucified. He was disproven and his arguments were dismantled. It was within the first 10 minutes of the debate, we find that he's either using fake documents, forged documents. He says, I was misquoted. Guys, this is the definition of someone who is just out there to try to get popular and make money. Again, selling an $85 bottle of supplements based on what credibility? Because he has a bunch of followers and he's on major podcasts and he says things that are interesting. Like, I just ask you guys to use wisdom, use discernment, use reasoning. Look at what Wes is doing. He goes, oh, you have an argument to make? Okay, you're referencing this book. Let me just grab it for you. Yeah, it's right here. Oh, the argument you made about this topic? Okay, that's 1,300-year-old papyrus that someone printed a PDF off of the internet onto and called legitimate, and you are using it as the foundation of your argument. Like, I'm just saying, this stuff falls apart so easily. Anyone who actually reads the Bible and has the Holy Spirit in them can sniff this stuff out a mile away. But sadly, there are those who are new in the faith, including the moderator, who, by the way, he really did the most. You know, if he was getting paid to do that, he was trying to make some extra credit and some overtime. If I ever get to moderate a debate, I'm not talking a quarter of that amount, especially with someone like Wes on there. I'm going to let him talk. I'm going to let the guys talk. But, you know, pushing that to the side, these things that are being said, unbelievers and young believers are they're mysticized by the big words. You know, even the moderator was like, I don't even know what that word means. There are people that are watching guys like Billy, and because he has big influence and because he's on major shows and because he sounds interesting with his emerald tablets, right? And the secret, dark, forbidden knowledge. Listen, the Bible says that the mysteries of God have been revealed through his son. So all of the mysteries of God are available to us through the word, through the power of the Holy Spirit, and have been revealed through Jesus. Guys, let me end this by saying God wants to have a personal relationship with each and every one of you. And the Bible says this, and you can take it at its word. If you seek God with your whole heart, you will find him. Now, I ask you, some of you say, well, I tried Christianity. No. Did you seek with your whole heart? When's the last time you sought something with your whole heart? Maybe you were on a sports team and you wanted to win a state championship, or you just wanted to make the team. You wanted to make.
You look, man, I can't keep my eyes open, man. Sorry, fam. Me.
So what's your conclusion?
I'm an early bird, bro.
What's your conclusion on the debate, though?
Billy Carson lost the debate, and his sources were debatable. Well, more than debatable. His sources were incorrect. That's like the overall of what I got from it. And he just seemed to not really be able to give much of a resistance to that. You know what I mean? What Wes was coming up with. Couldn't fight back.
We gotta watch the response, though, man. You have like 30 more minutes, though, or even like 20 minutes. Or you'll just continue tomorrow?
Yeah, no, because I'm literally battling to keep my eyes open, man. Like, as you see, that's the second time I'm falling asleep now, bro. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm enjoying it as well. That's the wickedest thing. It's not like I'm actually enjoying it, but yeah, I got to concede.
Nah, it's cool.
Yeah, tomorrow we can carry it on tomorrow still. I don't mind that.
There's at least two or three
because I want to see the response.
Yeah, there's at least 2 or 3 follow-ups.
Yeah, I want to see them as well.
He makes his wife do a whole video as well.
I saw a clip of that as well. I was thinking, who's this chick? Why is she talking? What's she on about?
He was dying. He was dying.
So yeah, the Christians feel like they got a good victory, a good scalp.
It's a long time coming, man. We've been getting all this pseudo shit for years, man. It's a long time coming, man. And there's more to come. 100 million%. I'm just glad it's not just me saying this shit.
Not just you. You crack me up. But yeah, that was a good. It's a good debate. Well, it's a good. It was a good meeting of minds. Can't call it a debate when the host was doing all that in between. I just really he needs to look at himself because I don't get what he was doing.
You know, Wesley offered a rematch.
Any go?
Wesley offered a rematch, you know, because obviously this guy wants to
he?
do this. Yeah, he wanted to. Yeah, basically, this guy showed up at his house at 2 a.m. with a lawsuit, and then basically now he's doing a police investigation, claiming that Wesley and some other people were threatening his kids and like we're trying to I don't want to spoil it. We'll watch it tomorrow. But yeah, it's a whole thing now. Like it's serious now.
Yeah,
like he's taking him to court and everything, bro.
You
like,
lot, man, get your rest. Thank you for working with us. Yeah, man. Sorry about me falling asleep, but yeah, it's what it is. See you lot tomorrow, man. Peace.
Peace.